USA Eagle is going to go back to back. A second gold medal for Kristen Santos Griswold.
The exclamation mark in for the Canadian Ice Maples. And it will be the Ice Maples starting off with a gold medal.
The dominant team producing a dominant performance.
The curtain is about to fall on the inaugural ISU Short Track World Tour. It ends in Milan in 1 year's time. It will be hosting the 2026 Winter Olympic Games Milano Cortina. But while the gold and the rings beckon on the horizon, there are still some crystal globes to hand out. Hi everybody, Gavin Day here, Tyler Dara alongside me. One final day of action on the ISU Short Track World Tour. A few hours of pressure-packed, intense racing still to come. And at the end of this, we're all watching, really, the outcome of the women's Crystal Globe standings. Tyler, still all to play for.
Well, just a heated battle between the Eagles teammates right now. Kristen Santos Griswold leading the way with 968 points in the Crystal Globe standings, but followed closely by teammate Corinne Stoddard with 916. So only a 52-point differential there that could quickly be turned around in the standings with two individual events on the women's side today. Xandra Velzabor in third, 880 points. She's only competing in the 500, so she won't be earning any points in the 1500, so that really deteriorates her chances of making that huge leap to overtake Kristen Santos. Things would really have to go the favor of Xandra Velzabor today, but again, some heated races coming up. Can't wait to watch this unfold.
The 500, her preferred event. She's taken 3 victories there this season. So certainly if she does want to keep the pressure up in the Crystal Globe standings, she'll have to win that one later on today and hope some of the results go her way elsewhere.
Yeah, and yesterday we didn't have Choi Min Jong racing in the women's 1,000 meter, but she will be racing today in the 1,500 meter and 500 meter, so expect her to shake things up as well.
The lights come up in Milan. The fans are still filing in. Boisterous crowd here yesterday, and we expect the same. Of course, the skaters will really get them going. Of course, the individual battles are still to come. But first, we get things started with a bang of a different sort. The mixed relay finals, 2,000 meters, B final, then the A final. Of course, the team Crystal Globe standings is largely settled with the Canadian Ice Maples taking that one. But there is really the discipline title as well, still up for grabs in that mixed relay with the Dutch, 2 wins on the season, holding a lead on the Canadians, Koreans, the Chinese, and the USA Eagles.
And these teams here are still looking to lock up just great performances here in Milan. They want to reflect on this heading into the Winter Olympics in Milano Cortina next year, having positive memories, having positive experiences, and still getting familiar with this facility, these ice conditions. So still integral racing to come.
And of course, before the Olympics comes the World Championships next month in China, back in Beijing, as they will look to carry some sort of momentum into the offseason. And it is the B final coming up first. And we have the USA Eagles, the Hungarian Falcons, and the French Roosters. French Roosters, the European champions.
So final, the Polish Hussar had a disqualification penalty in the previous semifinal round, so that leaves us 3 teams in this B final.
Just looking at who is out on the ice. For the French, I see Chloé Olivier, Aurélie Levesque, Etienne Bastier, the birthday boy, and Quentin Vercoq, Marcus Howard, Sean Chouet for the USA Eagles, along with Una Wilhoit and Julie Lataille. I wonder if they're resting Corinne Stoddard and Kristen Santos Griswold for something more to come this afternoon.
Well, Gavin, I think that's a great analysis there. I think they are looking to rest Corey Stoddard and Kristen Santos with those individual events coming up with so much on the line for them.
These relay races in particular, this one, not a lot of space on the ice. There is always that increased risk of collision, injury, all that. The Falcons, I see Saraluka Baksky. I see Peter Yashapati. Starting things off for them, Barbara Somogi.
Go to the start. Ready.
Good opportunity for this for the USA Eagles to use those different skaters, because so often those two are just locked in with Santos Griswold and Stoddard.
And you never know what might come up at the World Championships or in the future. If a skater gets injured from your team, you want, Levesque going down in the first or second corner. Second lap of this race, I should say. So quick tag up from her teammate.
But it's Bastier, and so confusion reigning there when you have to worry about getting the gender right there in order. So Olivier has now tagged in. So Bastier took it temporarily, and Olivier took over. But it's just the two teams on the front right now, and the Eagles go down, and it was Stahl, but Latai is there quickly. So
Stahl caught a block on her left skate, exiting the corner, and just hitting a block like that, tying it up on your skate, just lifts you off. And now all of a sudden, we are incredibly spaced out. Not something that we typically see in the mixed relay, having this much room between teams, and only 3 teams in this race.
It is Benson Ogradi off and away. Probably just need to keep the skates on the ice, and the Falcons will take the B final. But as you learn over this weekend and this sport in general, nothing stays the same. Things can turn in a split second. But it is Peter Yashapati on the front. Every skater 2.5 laps, and then 2 laps exchanges are scheduled.
Then down in the corner of the finishing straight for the skaters are lap counters for each team. So they're tracking how many laps each team has. As we've now seen, the Falcons are ahead by 1 lap of the Eagles and the Roosters. So they are on a different lap count from the other teams.
And Aurélie Levesque, who we will see later on in the World Tour in the 1,500 meters for women, putting together a tidy weekend. Obviously not the start she would have wanted.
Well, the Roosters are tucked right in behind the Falcons right now.
But they are a lap down.
Yeah, they have to be careful too that they don't impede the race of the Falcons, who are a lap ahead. So if you are a skater who's being lapped, it's your responsibility to give way to the lead skater that's lapping you or the lead team. But now we see a gap forming up again.
And you heard the gun, that's one more exchange coming, and that will be Peter Yashapati. To all going according to plan, we'll get 2 victory laps to soak things in, but of course you just clench up a little bit when you see him going around that corner. That corner in particular has caused some grief this weekend, but he stays away from trouble, and the Hungarians take the B final. There is that second review, the yellow dot on your screen, and so that is possibly for Stahl's tumble. And we'll look back, we'll see Aurélie Levesque off the line first going down. And there it is.
Just losing her footing going around that corner. We saw a few skaters yesterday having issues on that turn. And there's the block getting caught up in the skate.
Always so unfortunate when that happens. You're just a passenger at that point. The block takes the blade off the ice, and there's nothing you can do. Comfortable in the end.
Comfortable
Relatively
victory for the
speaking.
Falcons. Just a taste of the drama that's yet to play out today.
That's just race 1, folks. And the A final teams are getting ready to come out, but you see the confirmed results. No punishments taken. Both the incidents were incidental. No contact or anything. That gets us set up for the A final. Just waiting for the door to open. Going through who is here. The Canadian Ice Maples, the Italian Gladiators, the Dutch Lions, winners a week ago, the only team to win twice on the World Tour this season. And the Japanese Ninjas, a team that picked up a bronze medal in Montreal in weekend number 2. There's the mixed team relay standings. Close battle, as I mentioned, the Dutch with those 2 victories sit atop the podiums. This is not the overall team standings. This is just for this discipline alone. Time for the introductions by the Crystal Globe Trophy.
For a final of the mixed team relay. From lane number 1, the Canadian Ice Maples. Daniel Velasquez, Félix Roussel, and Jordan Pierre. Starting from lane number 2, the Italian Gladiators. Starting from lane number 3, the Dutch Lions. Jean-Jean Velzeboer, Michel Velzeboer, Jens van Baal, and Teun Boer. And from lane number 4, the Japanese Ninjas. Takashima Mirei, Kanai Rika, Ayashi Kose, and Koichi Katsumori. The stakes are high. The World Tour ranking in this event, the Dutch Lions in first.
There we go.
In second,
Little razzle-dazzle to get things set up. The Italian side, Betty and Ioriatti on the women's side. They have plenty of options. Ariana Siegel and Elisa Confortola had to go through repêchages this morning, and so they have their options. I'm not sure if that is a faded red Italian flag, but if you know your flags, the green, white, and pink is Newfoundland. Once upon a time.
Go to the
Anyway,
start.
that's enough history for now. Let's get to the present.
Ready?
I'm going to hazard a guess to say it's the faded Italian flag. It's Florence Brunel off for the Canadians ahead of Betty, and it is Michel Velzeboer.
Well, so key to win this start. Get to the head of the race. That's going to help with your exchanges, making sure that they're clean. You have nobody getting in your way or getting caught up with exchanging skaters ahead of you. As we see Velzeboer, Michel Velzeboer making the inside pass on Kira Betty.
And Danae Blais on the ice for the Canadians with a gap, but Sandra Velzeboer can close that in a hurry. It's Ioriatti and Kanai Rika for the Ninjas, and there is Sandra Velzeboer making the move on the inside.
Well, a nice clean pass from Sandra Velzeboer. With the longer exchanges in the mixed relay, having 2.5 or 2 laps, it allows the racing skaters just a little bit more time to set up a pass and make a move. Felix Roussel looking around, trying to build some speed, but Teun Boer's just been flying this weekend.
Teun Boer, a medalist in the 500 meters yesterday. He will exchange to Itzhak Dalat. It's Jordan Pierre-Gilles who will go for the Canadians. Pietro Siegel.
Jordan Pierre-Gilles just staying on his feet, but the Ice Maples fall to third, and Pietro Siegel takes advantage of that mishap, jumping into second for the Gladiators.
Hayashi breathing down the neck of Pierre-Gilles, and it's a 2-horse race off the front right now. Van het Wout, Pietro Siegel as they set up the final exchange for the lead. It's the Gladiators.
8 laps to go here. One more effort on the ice for each skater.
And Betty is setting up with Gloria Ioriatti, but Velzeboer on the
Tight
inside.
entry. That's going to open up the door for the... Whoa, what an exchange.
2 skaters down, but they were the ones going off the ice. That move is going to get reviewed, but that has just closed it all back up. Blais behind Sandra Velzeboer, behind Gloria Ioriatti. And then, of course, behind them, the Japanese Ninjas right in it as well. And for the lead, it's Teun Boer.
We got 2 review marks on our prompts right now.
And
Natalini goes out wide. He cuts back in on Roussel, is able to jump up.
that one a bump. That will also be reviewed as Natalini goes to 4th. Hayashi Kose on the ice for the Japanese Ninjas. It's Van het Wout, leading the way as he has done so often in recent weeks. Van 't Wout has been in a rich vein of form.
Seagull on the inside.
Here comes Seagull, here comes Pierre Gilles. It will be Van 't Wout over the line first, the Gladiators second, and Pierre Gilles and the Canadian Ice Maples third. But 3 dots on the screen that will get reviewed.
Well, fantastic finish from Pietro Seagull there. He closed a big gap, made a beautiful inside pass from Jordan Pierre Gilles at the finish line. What a race we had.
First one was that move involving the Gladiators and the Dutch Lions as we go through the review here. The second one is a review on the Canadians on the Gladiators. And so, first over the line, second over the line, third over the line may not be how things stand up. There's the collision involving the 2 skaters who were after their exchanges.
And there's Felix Roussel on the inside, Natalini coming back in.
That was a bump. Natalini, who went flying over the mats yesterday. He seems to be okay. There is the finish. The Lions, the Gladiators, the Ice Maples. The Ninjas just fading a little bit, but they're all waiting the same as we are. And so the first review was, I think, the Velzebor incident when she made a pass, and it could be a possible lane change on the Italian Gliders. Right here, Betty and Velzebor. Well, you be the judge there. And then that led to that.
Yeah, well, then Betty comes back in on the exit. Florence Brunel makes contact from behind on Betty that puts her down, but Betty's also kind of coming over. Just so much to unpack there. Just in that one corner.
You could also look at it shoulder to shoulder, shared responsibility kind of situation, but that the Canadians missed the exchange almost entirely there.
I think this one's being cleared. I think they were looking at a potential contact from behind from Florence Brunel as Betty came back into the track, but Betty was out wide and then cutting back over where that contact happens between her and Florence.
I think the exchange was made. I think she got Dene Blake touched. She didn't get a good push, obviously, but
we are then looking at a possible lane change on the entry from Chiara Betty.
Down to the ice.
After review, penalty for Team Italy.
And there you go. That is the ruling. The lane change outside to in. The penalty means, well, the Dutch Lions stay in first, the Canadians to second. And for the second time this season, it is the Japanese Ninjas jumping up onto the podium for a bronze medal. But it's 2 in a row, 3 on the season for the Dutch Lions.
Well, that Dutch Lion team has just become a well-oiled machine when it comes to all of these relays.
Last few weeks, it has been a whole lot of orange glory. The one blemish, I guess, this weekend is the men's relay where they are not in the final. That will finish our program. And here's the incident right near outside to in on Betty there.
There's
almost
that
losing
big
her
shift.
balance and stumbled her over.
Well, she just felt Michelle Velzebor coming on the inside and was just trying to close that lane down there. Florence Brunel just gets the hand out to touch Dene Blais.
Never a dull moment, particularly in the mixed relay. And so we will throw things down shortly for the first victory ceremony of the day.
Ceremony at the ISU Short Track World Tour Milan Mixed Team Relay. Medals will be presented by the chief referee, Mr. Aral Janssen, and the first assistant referee, Livio Mella. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal, the Japanese Ninjas, Team Japan. Ayashi Kose, Kanai Rika, Koike Katsunori, Miyata Shogo, Nakashima Mirei, and Yoshinaga Kazuki. The Japanese Ninjas, Team Japan. In second place and winner of the silver medal, the Canadian Ice Maples, Team Canada. Dana Eble, Kim Boutin, Florence Brunel, William Danginou, Jordan Pierre-Gilles, Félix Roussel, and Courtney Sarro. Canadian Ice Maples, Team Canada. And in first place, winner of the gold medal, the Dutch Lions, Team Netherlands. Turnboer, Jans van Vaal, Michel Velzenboer, and Chandra Velzenboer. The Dutch Lions, Team Netherlands. Ladies and gentlemen, a good round of applause for the medalists. With this performance, the Dutch Lions have clinched the championship in the World Tour for the season 2024-2025 in the mixed team relay.
They make that confirmation, the Dutch Lions, mixed team relay discipline winners on the World Tour. And what always gets me about these Sunday World Tour days, we get those two quick races, we're left breathless, and then we get to calm down with the first ice resurfacing break of the day.
Well, we need that break just to, let the pressure off for a second.
Exactly, get so high strung in that one, and they're gonna get their photos taken down there in the corner. We take a pause. It is coming back to action. And yeah, considering it is potentially decisive races in the women's Crystal Globe standings, the 1500 meter semis, we've earned our break. A break is essential. Talk to you on the other side. It's in about 16 minutes from now.
We are the lightness of a child. Open eyes to the world. Our hearts beating as one. We are timeless beauty. The beauty of history and invention. Of creative talent and the future. We are the beauty of the Italian spirit. Vibrant and dynamic. Milan 2026.
We have reached the final day of competition on the ISU Short Track World Tour. In just a little bit, some Crystal Globes will be handed out to the winners. But before that all happens, let's meet last year's winners, Park Ji-won and Kim Gi-lee from Korea, the White Tigers.
My name is Jiwon Park. I'm Korean short track speed skater.
My name is Kim Gi-lee.
아빠랑 노는 거, 그냥 놀러 갔던 스케이트장, 놀러 갔던 겨울, 거기서 아빠랑 재밌게 놀았던 기억이 나의 첫 번째 기억입니다.
첫 세계선수권 1500m 금메달이 제일 생각에 남는 것 같습니다.
내 스케이트의 영웅은 링크장에 있는 것 같지 않아요. 항상 집에 있습니다. 우리 부모님, 그분들이 저에게는 어쩌면 영웅이라고 생각할 수 있을 것 같아요.
제가 좋아하고 존경하는 선수는 최민정 선수입니다. 어렸을 때부터 훈련하면서 민정이 언니를 보면서 넷플릭스를 봅니다.
자전거를 탑니다. 자전거 너무 재미있고 뭐 맑은 공기를 보는 것도 너무 좋고, 그리고 요즘 날씨도 너무 좋고 해서 자전거 타는 거 정말 재미있고 좋아합니다.
USA Wesley Park. my best friend Wesley Park. K-팝의 여자 아이들을 제일 좋아합니다.
한국 가수인데 장기하라는 가수를 굉장히 좋아합니다. 굉장히 노래를 말하듯이 하는 것 같고, 마치 그의 노래를 듣고 있으면 내 옆에서 속삭이는 기분이 드는 그 노래를 굉장히 좋아합니다. 스케이팅은 뭐 단체 릴레이라는 단체전도 있지만 개인 종목이 경우가 되게 많고, 하지만 축구는 팀이 함께 경기를 하는 것이기 때문에 저는 축구 굉장히 좋아합니다.
요즘 야구를 되게 좋아해가지고 많이 보고 챙겨보고 있습니다. 저는 아마 운동을 좋아해서 아마 다른 운동을 하고 있을 것 같습니다.
지금 대학원에서 공부를 하고 있어요. 현재는 박사과정이고 앞으로 얼마나 스케이트만큼 똑똑한 박사가 되기 위한 공부를 하고 있습니다.
Now, Tyler, two great champions without doubt, but they've won just about everything there is to be won. But without question, they're looking less than a year down the road to those Olympic Winter Games, I'd imagine.
Yeah, certainly, Gavin. 1 year out until the Milan Cortina Olympics. Both Park Ji-won and Kim Gi-lee are going to be looking to add that feather to their cap and that resume of theirs with the Olympic gold medal.
But before we look too far ahead, let's take a look back at what happened yesterday.
Yeah, you know, it's really cool to be here, to get to do the test event. We get to see a little bit, you know, we could see what to expect, you know, for the Olympics in 1 year. It's like the little window sneak peek before the games, and I think all the athletes here are really excited because of that.
The Duomo del Milano, one of the iconic sites in the city of Milan, which will be shown around the world. The Olympic rings grow ever more clear on the horizon. A year from now, it will be Olympic glory on the line, but this weekend, it's all about the crystal globes. He is just too good at the moment. Van takes it.
That is huge. He's had a mountain of a task to try to claw back into the crystal globe standings and snatch it from William Danjanu, and he is doing everything he has to do.
I knew the Japanese were going to try to lead together, so I wanted to try to get behind them so I could kind of use them as a launch pad to get some speed and get away. It went as much to us plan as it could in short track. So yeah, happy with how the race went.
Fortola goes into Brunel. Stoddard's gonna push, but it is Kristen Santos Griswold taking gold.
Last week was hard, so coming into this week, I just wanted to reset, refocus, and really change my mindset and attitude into doing it for myself and going out there and having fun with it.
Just enough for William Danjanu's crystal globe moment.
我非常高兴，因为这是在奥林匹克的场地里，第一次比赛，我觉得，我们能在这个场地里赢得更多的金牌，然后希望在下一次的比赛中有更好的成绩。
Parte la finale A per l'assegnazione delle...
Here come the Gladiators.
Dutch Lions roar back to back.
We started this season with such a young team, and just to see how much everyone progressed and improved during all the competitions, and I think this race was just like insane. We did it from the front, from the whole race, and I think it just really shows how, yeah, everyone improved and how great the team is. And you know, you have to put some work in and to get experience, but this is just like, it came all together here, and it's, yeah, crazy.
The gate opens. The skaters take the ice. Women's 1500 meter semifinals coming up. 3 heats. Top 2 from each race, and maximum of 1 fastest third place skater qualifies for the A final. And of course, any advancements from those races means that third place time gets thrown right out the window. And decisive few moments perhaps coming up in the women's Crystal Globe standings. The current leader, Kristen Santos Griswold, is in heat number 1, but at this stage, they are always deep, deep fields. Running through Hana de Smet, Rebecca Shilice-Nemeth, Ariana Fontana, Nakashima Mide, Gloria Ioriatti, and Anne-Sophie Bachon.
Well, right now, Kristen Santos Griswold and Corey Starr have to continue to skate flawlessly through these rounds to qualify for the A final. Kristen Santos Griswold will be challenged by the likes of Hana de Smet, currently ranked 2nd in the 1500 meter distance.
De Smet was first over the line in the 1500 a week ago, but it was penalized. And if she gets to the A final and wins that, and Santos Griswold might miss the B final, whole new permutations could be at play. But here we go. So there is that possibility for time, but one spot that can disappear quickly. Briskly enough, the young Canadian Bachon making her World Tour debut in Europe.
Well, you know, Hana de Smet, Kristen Santos Griswold, when they take control of a race in the lead, they are so difficult to pass because their top speed is so high, and they just have the endurance to go with it. So you can't count on them to slow down towards the end of the race. So positioning up towards the front to get ahead of them for when that moment comes that they strike, then you can try to latch on and hold on to second is a solid strategy for a lot of skaters. And never count out the likes of Ariana Fontana, who follows up Kristen Santos on the outside.
It is Santos Griswold in the lead. Watching Hana de Smet, she is at the back. The longer this race goes, and if the speed picks up, that position becomes much more precarious. And now sensing that move coming, de Smet gets to the front. She proved a week ago she is tough to catch once she really ticks up the speed.
Well, as soon as you see a competitor like Kristen Santos Griswold up towards the front, you're sitting back in 6th or 7th, that's your cue to get up there because you can't be left behind when she strikes.
Still de Smet, Fontana, skater who has shown time and again she knows when to peak at the big moments.
Well, Fontana knows how to bring performance on demand and when it matters, and she's going to want to perform for this home crowd.
It is Fontana on the front, Santos Griswold 2nd, de Smet in 3rd. It's a battle behind them, but the big 3 at the moment now, Santos Griswold to the lead.
Well, Santos Griswold is dropping the pace down now. You can see her using that right arm on the exit of the turn to build some speed on the exit. Here comes Hana de Smet to join her.
Nice move by de Smet. Tucks in briefly, but she's eyeing the lead now as well. Coming up to the bell, it is Santos Griswold. De Smet now looking comfortable in 2nd. Maybe making a look at the move, but she knows top 2 go through. And it's Santos Griswold and de Smet with Fontana now, who will have to watch the time at 2:27 for unofficial time. Not off to a quick enough start anyway.
Yeah, the start was a little bit slower, but they did finish quite quickly. It's not a terribly slow time, so we'll just have to pay attention to the opening laps of the next races to see how quickly they come off that start line. Of course, advancement's always playing a potential factor here, but Kristen Santos Griswold, perfect performance there, setting the tone.
Doing what she needs to do, and yeah, it wasn't one of those starts where they all stand up in the corner, so we'll see. It's usually a telltale sign. You can say that one's really slow or that one is quicker anyway. But de Smet, knowing that top 2 moves on, saw some of the openings but went, yeah, not this time. So we'll now watch. Go to the A final. Santos Griswold, Hana de Smet, Ariana Fontana will watch now. And then Ioriatti to the B final, Shilice-Nemeth. We'll wait to see if she gets to the B final. Heat number 2 includes second place in the Crystal Globe standings. Corinne Stoddard. Also in this heat, Valentina Askic, Courtney Sauro, Claudia Gagnon, Shimsuk Hee, Chloe Olivier, and Elisa Confortola. The latter two coming through the repechage this morning, so they've been out on the ice, but there's that little bit more fatigue in the legs. Olivier was also out in the mixed relay.
Courtney Sauro won the 1500 meter last weekend in Tilburg. Elisa Confortola has put together a nice little string of medals on the World Tour. And
2
then,
weekends
of course,
in a row she has individual medals.
And then the world number 1 in the 1500 meter event, Corinne Stoddard.
Topping the discipline standings in the World Tour rankings for this event alone. So, an eagle, a Dalmatian, a couple of ice maples, a white tiger, a rooster, and a gladiator. Confortola sitting on the back just like she did in the repechage quarterfinal this morning. Different sort of situation.
Well, very different circumstances with the likes of Corey Stoddard and Courtney Sauro sitting up towards the front. You got to be cognizant that you can't sit in the back for too long. See if Courtney Sauro makes a move to the front. I had a feeling she may try to take the lead, but Confortola is now moving with Shimsuk Hee on the outside.
Confortola, the 2024 European champion in this distance, on the podium again at the Europeans a couple weeks ago, and now she's on the front. But here comes Claudia Gagnon to perhaps throw a wrench into the plan in some of the favorites.
Nice quick strike on the outside. You want to make those as efficient as possible. It takes a lot of energy to use those accelerations. You only have so many in your legs, and now Corey Stoddard striking back. Courtney Sauro looking to follow suit. Confortola responding up the inside of Claudia Gagnon. Smart move.
Is Sauro coming around the outside, trying to get into the top 2. She's into second, keeping it going into the lead. Ahead of Stoddard, down to 6 laps to go. Shimsuk Hee losing contact with the group. Gagnon goes again.
We saw a similar strategy from Courtney Sauro just leading out the A final last weekend in Tilburg. Anna Smith, as you had mentioned, Gavin, she had pulled away but was penalized later. Courtney Sauro now executing that lead strategy again, waiting for Corey Stoddard.
Week after week, Sauro getting back to the Courtney Sauro of old, missing the first chunk of this season, keeping Stoddard off her back. Now Stoddard tries the inside, smooth as you like. At 1 to go, Corinne Stoddard on course, but it's not done yet. Sauro holding off Confortola, and it is Courtney Stoddard, pardon me, looking like she will go to the A final. It is a battle for second. That incident on the back stretch between Sauro and Confortola, I believe it's what's getting reviewed. But if you're Corinne Stoddard, if they're battling for second and you're in first, that's okay by you.
Well, a nice, smart, clean race from Corey Stoddard there. Courtney Sauro did a great job responding to the first attack of Corey Stoddard, who was looking to go around the outside. Courtney Sauro saw that. She was able to get the 2 crossovers in to help defend her position. But then Corey Stoddard just switched it up, cut it to the inside, made a nice inside pass on Stoddard to gain control of that race.
So we'll see if that move comes up late. That went very deep on the back stretch, did Sauro and Confortola.
Well, here's probably a look here. We'll have to wait for the review, but perhaps a lane change outside to in, or an arm block.
A possible arm push, yeah. So in those sorts of moments, almost instinct taking over, where you're trying to do whatever you can, I assume, to keep your position.
Well, you just feel that pressure coming from behind you. You want to do everything you can to shut down whatever move they're making.
And they have finished the review. Those results are being punched in. So this is it right here. Confortola had nowhere to go, really. There's what they were looking at. Down to the ice.
After review, penalty for number 9 from Canada.
So the penalty to Siro, that does mean Confortola goes through in second place. A long day for her, could have a happy result heading to the A final alongside Corin Stoddart. Gagnon, Olivier Askic to the B final, possibly the B final still for Askic. But Ariana Fontana's time holds up after one semifinal heat.
Well, we had the penalty, but no advancement there, so that leaves that time possibility still open. Currently held by Ariana Fontana with a 220.732.
And let's look at it again.
So watch the left hand there of Courtney Siro getting on the right leg of Confortola.
So there was the push there off the leg. And so heat number 3. Yang Jinru, Wang Xinran, the two Chinese lungs, Petra Yashapati, the Hungarian Falcon. And then how's that for a Korean tandem? Choi Min-jong, Kim Gi-lee. They're two arguably top skaters. And then Aurélie Levesque, who came through the repechage, as did Kamila Stormovska. Levesque pulling off a bit of an upset to get here, so she's in a rich vein of form.
Well, just a great opportunity for Levesque to get into the points as well. Really boost your rankings. Currently, she's ranked 60th right now.
Go to the start. Ready.
1-2 punch. Korean White Tigers, Choi Min-jong and Kim Gi-lee. Kim, who has that crystal globe helmet for another couple hours. Well, I imagine she'll get to keep that anyway. It's not like they'll just hand it right over to the new crystal globe winner.
There will be new crystal globe helmets being awarded, however.
New design by Itzhak Dalat of the Dutch Lions.
If you just watch the icebreaker, one of the questions to the skaters, and Kim Gi-lee was the one being interviewed, was who is your speed skating hero? Her response, Choi Min-jong.
And they are now teammates here, but of course, once the race is on, even if you're wearing the same kit, you are not exactly going to be friends for the next few minutes. Kim did take World Tour #1 in Montreal. And now the moves coming fast and furious. Gi-lee on the front, Kim on the front, here comes Choi.
Yashapati doing a good job. She's want to complete this pass though, don't get caught outside. There we have it, she completes it.
Yashapati, one of those skaters who we're starting to see more and more in every event, semis and finals.
Wang building on the outside here, trying to respond.
Kim sort of closing that door a little bit, stunting her move forward. She's spending a lot of energy on the outside.
Trying to make her way in, knocking Kim Gi-lee. Wang go down, Kim Gi-lee down 2.
They both go down. There's an initial knock of blades, and then they both stayed up for another half second or so, and neither of those skaters were in advancing positions. And so as they reviewed, that would not likely merit advancement. It is Choi Min-jong, Petra Yashapati, and Yang Jinru for the moment. I think Stormovska and Levesque are just a bit too far behind.
Well, Choi Min-jong still looking so relaxed in this lead position. Yashapati, little gap opening up, but closing it here.
Choi Min-jong, the winner of the 1,000 meters in Montreal, but now Yashapati under pressure. That move sticks for second. That will also be looked at though. But Yang Jinru celebrates that one. She doesn't have a world ranking coming to this one. It means she's not really doing this race that often, and maybe not even on World Tour this year. I don't remember her entered anyway. She celebrates that one. A couple incidents to look at though as we revisit the race. So the first incident being reviewed is a possible lane change from outside to in. That was the incident with Kim Gi-lee. And the other one involves Petra Yashapati on Yang Bingru.
There it is. There's the click of the skates. And then Kim's foot getting caught.
So Wang Xinran and Kim Gi-lee going down, but Choi Min-jong off the front. And looks like decisions have been made. Oh, they only just whistled the end of the race, I believe. So now I think they're finally having their final consultation.
So here's a review of the video replay of the first incident. That was Wang making contact with Kim Gi-lee, losing her footing. Kim Gi-lee's right foot just gets caught on the elbow of Wang as she's going down. Here's another look at the inside pass with Yang on Yashapati.
Squeeze through. But they are looking at that second incident, Yang and Yashapati, possible lane change inside to out. That is what they're looking at right now. So lots to dissect for the review crew. Yang Jingru will be a good result for her, but that incident is being looked at. So I think they have made a decision on the first one. It's the second one that's being looked at, and then we'll all get an announcement for both of them. That second one that's taking a look, because if it was Yang looked at and penalized, that could mean advancement for Petra Yashapati, but no. Well, I mean, it would just mean Petra Yashapati essentially comes in second place.
Yep.
So still no advancement, and potentially that Ariana Fontana time hangs on. Very tight into that corner.
Well, you see Yang going inside that red line on the straightaway and then trying to cut back out, hit that corner entry, making contact with Yashapati.
And they are at the second screen where they punch in the decisions, who gets penalized, who gets advanced where, if there are those things.
Well, the tension is building as everybody's waiting for a decision. Skaters, coaches, and fans alike.
We're all awaiting these next few moments. The men's 1,000-meter quarterfinals. The first heat is already on the ice. And I'm just looking out there. I haven't even looked at those start lists, but I see William Donjanu and Jens Vennewoud on the ice together. Here we go, down to the ice.
After a review, we got a shared responsibility between number 125 from China and 86 from Hungary. And we got an advancement to the B final for number 1 from the Republic of Korea.
So there you go, it's shared responsibility for that second incident near the end. So Yang does go to the A final, and Kim Gi-lee is sort of the innocent bystander caught up in Wang going down. She was in position for the B final, and that's where she'll be going.
And here's the replays of the incidents. This is the shared responsibility call. The other thing we've got to pay attention for is where are their shoulders as they're trying to enter the corner.
One going out, one going in there. They're
just
both
coming
leaning.
to meet in the middle.
So the other one didn't result in a penalty, the one with Kim Gi-lee. she was just there as Wang went down, and so she was in position. I think it was third at the moment, so that means she does go to the B final. And as I mentioned, the men's 1,000-meter quarterfinals on the ice. How many heats do we have? I believe it is 4. First 2 from each race, and up to 2 of the fastest third-place skaters qualify for the semifinals. Heat 1 already loaded in and of itself. William Dongenou, Liu Xiaoang, Stan de Smet, Watanabe Keita, and Jens Vanetuout.
Go to the start. Ready.
And Jens Vanetuout, these last few weeks, he has made such a race of this Crystal Globe event. It looked like William Dongenou was just gonna skate off into the distance, but there were the incidents in Tilburg that got him yellow cards and 0 points. And Jens Vanetuout kept on putting up big points.
Well, Jens Vanetuout's been almost flawless the last 2 weekends. He's just on fire right now. And this quarterfinal is just packed. Sometimes you get a start list and the skater start list comes out, you look at it and you're like, are you kidding me? This is what I drew for a quarterfinal? The likes of William Dongenou, Jens Vanetuout, and Liu Xiaoang and Stan de Smet. But I like the way that William Dongenou's racing this one, not taking any chances right from the start, controlling the lead, building the pace, but here comes Liu Xiaoang up the inside.
Vanetuout also taking a look, and almost the relief in Dongenou right now. He's back to skating freely.
Yeah, that weight off his shoulders of that Crystal Globe battle, but here comes Jens Vanetuout.
Stan de Smet also taking a look. Watanabe, the Japanese veteran, watching to see if there is an opening to move forward as well. At the bell, it's Liu, Dongenou, Vanetuout trying to make a move. Here comes Vanetuout. Dongenou and him shoulder to shoulder. He's held off, and it will be Liu taking it. Dongenou second, and de Smet getting up into third. And the opening closed on Vanetuout, and that cost him a lot of speed and opened the door for de Smet.
Well, first off, fantastic skate from Liu Xiaoang there. He played that one perfectly. And if you're watching the track pattern of William Dongenou in those closing laps, he's just an artist of track patterns. The way he's able to shift and adjust his entries just to create some clogging up behind him. Here's another look.
It's not even look like he shifted direction when you look at lane change. He was just everywhere. He's just suddenly in front of Jens Vanetuout.
Well, he knew Jens Vanetuout was looking for that inside pass corner after corner leading up to that moment. So I think he just knew he was going to defend that lane immediately.
So, wing race, I believe, nothing getting a second look. And those results are confirmed. Liu and Dongenou on to the semis. Stan de Smet.
Stan de Smet with a 125.2. That's a time that could hold up. Only 2 advancement positions, though, however, so we will wait. But 124.9 winning time from Liu Xiaoang. It's a speedy race. William Dongenou got that pace going right away.
Vanetuout frozen out. Of course, the Crystal Globe battle is over for the year on the men's side. Heat number 2. Felix Hussel of the Ice Maples, Hayashi Kosei of the Japanese Ninjas, Dan Koss flying the flag for the Dutch, Petros Siegel, and Roberts Krusbergs.
Well, Hayashi Kosei is just in fine form right now. We saw him pick up a medal yesterday.
First individual medal of the season for the Japanese Ninjas, and really, guys, made steps really the last few weeks, too.
Ready.
He already also gets that bronze medal in the mixed relay earlier.
And I think every skater in this race has picked up a medal this season.
I think you're right.
Felix Roussel with a victory in the 1,000. Dan Koss with a medal last weekend. Pietro Siegel with a few, won yesterday. Roberts Krusbergs, Hayashi yesterday.
And this is a quarterfinal, and all of these guys have won medals on World Tour this season. Roussel, the winner in Beijing earlier this season.
You're in a quarterfinal, and guess what? Everybody's a medal contender already.
Just love the growing depth of this sport. And Siegel and Krusbergs more accustomed to being at the front, being made to work for it. Roussel just skating them off his tail though right now. Siegel to second. And for the lead, if he can make it stick. No, Roussel says, I don't think so.
Well, Roussel just picking that pace up just bit by bit. So strong in the front. Sometimes when the ice is a little breaky or chippy, it's so much better to be in the lead, not trying to put max amount of force into high, energy turns, which can cause the ice to break out.
And Roussel trying to take this one to the line. Hayashi, Krusberg's trying for second as Krusberg's getting up for third, but Roussel, Siegel, and Krusberg's
1:23.6.
1:23.8, the third place time for Krusberg's. That was a good struggle. Siegel appreciating that from Roussel.
Just making it look easy. I wish I could put into words how difficult it is to skate those lap times for that long. Just phenomenal. And while racing, I remember we would try to time trial 1,000 meters like this, and we'd be working together to try to achieve a time like that. And now Felix Roussel, start to finish, just leading it out like a time trial, but still so relaxed.
I think it's those big thighs that you could just see flexed every time they're just getting low in position. Incredible strength by these athletes. Not to say that you didn't have those big thighs either. I'm just saying that's what stands out when you see these guys. Results confirmed. I'm getting a second look. So Krusberg's a 1:23.780. I believe that was faster than
yes,
the
it
first
was.
heat.
Yeah,
So
certainly.
He's in pole position right now for those fastest third place times.
I think that was a second and a half faster than the previous third place time set by Standa Smith. Yeah.
You said that one was pretty quick.
I thought
too.
that was quick, and then I was quickly proven wrong. All of a sudden, the 125 seems slow compared to a 123.
We'll see what the next two have in store. They're just patching some of the divots on the ice. Heat number 3.
Well, we got 6 skaters in heat number 3. So again, we're going to expect a quick race. We have the likes of Brendan Corey, who likes to push the pace, but Jang Sung Woo has just been showing his incredible passing ability. You didn't see him earlier today. Just some phenomenal maneuvers by him.
In the blink of an eye, he and Corey were in the same heat. So the next two heats have 6 skaters because Corey and Lucas Beckenhauser were advanced. So it will be a very full field. Miyata Shogo, Mihao Nivinsky, Niall Tracy, Stephen Dubois, Jung Sun Woo, and Brendan Corey. So there's speed, and then there's more speed.
If you're not sitting in those top 3 positions early, you got to be looking to make a move, but this pace is going to pick up so quickly, it's going to be increasingly difficult to do that. So be prepared for a quick start on this one for skaters just trying to position themselves towards the front and that lead of the race.
Skater like Niall Tracy, who likes to hit the front, but he'll have a whole lot of guys behind him wanting to take that lead.
Ready.
And who gets there? It is Miyata, another skater who, one of those Japanese ninjas waiting for the breakthrough.
Well, his teammate Hayashi Kosei had his breakthrough yesterday.
Just look at how Stephen Dubois can fly.
His acceleration is almost unmatched.
We're looking at those fast times we've seen so far.
Shogo getting bumped out by Nowinski, running into Tracy. Now Brendan Corey moving up the inside. And then Jang Sung Woo just kind of doing what he's done in the previous rounds, just picking off skater by skater. But he's going to have some work to do come the end of this race.
The top 3 have all medaled on World Tour this season in the 1,000.
Well, we've seen a theme from the Canadian skaters in these thousands. Felix Roussel, William Danjanu, and now Stephen Dubois all opting to pull this race from the front.
And Dubois, this one is starting to rip apart Nivinsky. The only one keeping touch right now, and opening for Corey, maybe for third. If he can make it stick, but nope, they open the door for Jung Sun Woo to come through.
And he capitalizes, and now he's carrying some great speed, looking outside. Can he keep it going?
To go, though. And all the way around Dubois, and it's a battle for second and third. Corey gets up for third behind Dubois. Jung takes it, Dubois second. Corey hops up for third with a 1:23.98 approximately. just a little bit slower than Kreuzberg's this time. I don't think anything's getting reviewed. It was just a whole lot of skaters in a confined space, all pushing for that line.
Another 123,000 here. So impressive. I got to start reevaluating my definition of a quick time because guys are making it look so simple out here, race after race.
And they are taking a look on potentially Brendan Corey on Niall Tracy, a failure to give way. So Niewinski, he's sort of mid-shrug. I think he wanted something there as well, but either a failure to give way or a late pass is what being reviewed. And another incident late also getting looked at. Those two yellow dots came up, I think, after the race. So a whole lot happened in that short time frame, so it's possible they just didn't get them added while the race was going on. So this is the first one. Late pass, failure to give way. I mean, you could say Corey perhaps got in front, but was it maybe too late? That's what they're deciding. And the second incident is potentially Steven Dubois on Michał Niewinski, and that would have been in the dash for the line, I believe.
Yeah, on the exit of the corner perhaps. Well, Jang Sun-woo just came by with so much speed on the outside. When you have a skater come around the outside of you in the last turn, it's hard to get your crossovers and build your speed out. So I think Steven Dubois was fighting to try to close the inside door on Niewinski as they exited that corner, driving to the finish line.
And it's 3 or 4 skaters, 2, 3 or 4 skaters, all with the same thing in mind. There's only so much space on the ice.
Another look at it here. Jang Sun-woo on the outside.
And Niewinski goes off balance. So,
well, let's keep an eye. See
that one has been cleared.
The finish has been cleared now.
Yep. So it's just that first incident that we are waiting word on. Corey, 10th overall in the 1,500 meter World Tour standings this season. He says he'll spend a little bit of time in Australia in the off-season, but after this he's going right back up north to Bormio with the Italian group to train ahead of World Championships. Down to the ice.
After review, penalty number 36 from Australia.
And there you have it. So it is Corey penalized. No advancement, however. But that bumps Michał Niewinski up into third with a 1:24.075. Another incident where someone commits a penalty, but the skater is not in a position to be advanced.
That's right, Niall Tracy was position 3 at that point. Interesting to see how this race responds. We've seen some blistering time set in this 1,000 meter. No advancements yet, so time qualification is still on the table. But exerting that effort to push that pace can cost you dearly. So we'll see if anyone wants to push the pace here.
Go to the start. Ready.
Sunlong, Thomas Natalini. Oh, Clayton DiClemente. Quick off the line, not quick off the line. You have to wonder if something happened to the boots, to the blades, or if there maybe is an injury. I'm not sure, we can only speculate, but it's really down to 5 now. Unfortunate for DiClemente.
Well, Sun Long, our winner yesterday in the 500 meter, back for more today in the 1,000.
Natalini, the winner of the most theatrical moment of the day yesterday, flipping over the mats and off onto the outside below. He was fine, obviously. I think he even came back and finished the race he was in.
Nice outside pass from Sun Long. So clean, so quick. Here comes Natalini. Just tucking back in for Koch. Back up the inside. Sun Long back up the inside. Natalini setting up.
Back and forth they go. It's Sun and Koch. Natalini watches and waits, lining something up on the outside. Here comes Thomas Natalini.
You can hear the roar of the hometown crowd cheering him on.
Velkock defending.
That opens the door for Speckenhauser.
And Speckenhauser comes through at the bell. It's Speckenhauser in front, Sonnen behind him. Speckenhauser came through the
Natalini
repechage
jumps the
this
inside.
morning.
Oh my
Natalini
goodness!
makes the move. Gladiators 1 and 2 over the line.
The outside in from Natalini going into the last turn.
The late move. Sun Long, though, he's wanting something to look at. There were 2 incidents that will be reviewed.
Just a beautiful move from Natalini. Sun Long putting his arms up there. He didn't seem too happy with it, but that move in particular did look clean to me. I don't think that's the one they're reviewing.
The first one is on Velkock with a potential arm block from one of the Italian gladiators. I think it was Natalini who was up with him at the time, right?
Well, Sun Long's left foot got hit here. That cost him a lot of speed at the front, and that allowed Speckenhauser to make his way to the lead. Right here, Sun Long just holding on. Speckenhauser jumping to the front. Then Natalini, that outside jump inside, just beautiful. So difficult. You got to really commit to a pass like that.
So for the moment, Italians finish 1 and 2, but there was that Natalini move. You could see the arm as Velkock was right there.
Well, I think I think Sun Long is just also frustrated from that contact from behind on his skate that just chewed up his speed, and then
he didn't know what happened, really.
Yeah, and you're so late in the race, it's so difficult to re-accelerate when you lose that momentum and your legs are feeling that heavy.
So this is it right here.
Yeah, Natalini's left arm there on the right leg of Velkock here in the turn, just hitting the knee right there. Yeah, that forces Velkock out.
And an interesting way into the mats there.
Well, I think Speckenhauser is clean here.
So with Velkock in second position at the time, that could mean an advancement, which would mean so long to one of the third place skaters. And decisions have been made. We go down to the ice.
After review, penalty for number 40, mentally, and advancement for number 21 from France.
And so it is Natalini with the penalty, and Velkock, who was in second, will move on to the semifinals. We're going to get another look at it, but you can explain perhaps that arm block again.
Well, just keep an eye. With skaters passing on the outside, have to be so cognizant of their arm position. It's the natural instinct to want to put your arm down on the corner when you're skating at that speed to help balance you. But you got to be sure that it's not contacting the skater inside of you. We see the left arm on the right knee, or both knees rather, of Velkock, and that's enough just to block him, make contact with him, and impede his race.
So that removes one of those quick third place times. And so it's Robert Krusberg getting the lone advancement from the quarters into the semis. And Quentin Velkock will be moving on. And now it is time for the 1500 meters to get us all warmed up for that big A final. Is the B final. And Kim Gi Lee will not take the start line in this B final. So that means 6 skaters will be on the ice. And once they all get down there, they get introduced to the line, called to the line. We'll send that down now.
From lane number 1, representing the Italian Gladiators,
Gloria Giorgietti.
From lane number 2, representing the Canadian Ice Maples, Claudia Gagnon. From lane number 3, representing the Hungarian Falcons, Silica Nemet Rebecca. From lane 4, representing the French Roosters, Chloé Olivier. From lane 5, representing the Hungarian Falcons, Yasapati Petra. Lane 6 representing the Polish Hussars, Kamila Stormowska.
Go to the start. Ready?
And they're off. Now this one qualifies as a slower start. It's a pretty full lower bowl here at the venue in Milan. There are some black curtains sort of blocking off the top part. I would imagine in a year's time, those will open up and this would be a pretty venue all around, but it's a great atmosphere here in Milan as we are inside that 1 year to go. And in this race is Chloé Olivier, the Canadian-born French rooster, taking to the front, still waiting for that moment to things start to fly.
Well, there's still big points on the table in the B finals. Skaters are still looking to better their world ranking.
That, of course, means better seating in future races.
That's correct. Better seating in future races. And hey, you get a nice low number on your helmet. Never looks too bad.
Exactly.
A little bit of a statement to your competitors when you got that high rank number on your helmet.
When the open next season, everyone will look and say, hey, what number do you have? Oh my.
Well, here we go.
Yoriati. Around the outside, it's Yashapati still in front. Yoriati made some really good moves where there's just not much space, but she makes the most of it. But Claudia Gagnon, the Canadian, going around the outside.
Well, you want to make those attacks, make sure you don't make them too early. You got to keep some gas in the tank, if you will, for those closing laps, and really it's those final 3 laps where you need to be up towards the front as we moved into 4 laps to go. Claudia Gagnon still pushing the pace out front, but Yashapati looking comfortable in second. Watch for a track change there. We see one. We got an inside pass attempt from Stormowska in the back. Yashapati takes the lead.
Up the inside. Yashapati, Yoriati also looking for an opening. Gagnon managing to close that door for now, but not able to get up on Yashapati. At the bell, Petra Yashapati.
Here comes Yoriati again, looking another attempt inside. Nothing's there, but she'll hook for the line.
And a good race for Petra Yashapati, winning the B final. And you look at that as another progression of this skater who we're starting to see her competitive in every single distance.
Absolutely. Yashapati's wearing the number 86 on her helmet right now, but now upwards of world rank number 15, gaining more points with an 8th place finish here in the 1500 meter.
You mentioned it a few times, 500 meter European champion, so she's one that's on the rise. Now, it's not going to be 86 next year.
No, certainly not. What I really liked was when Yashapati took control of the lead here, she felt a little bit of a gap. She shifted her track wide and looked to keep building speed. So often skaters in the closing laps of the race, as they're getting tired, they think, oh, I'm going to shorten the distance, I'm going to be tight on the entry, and then they get tight on the exit, and that really slows down their speed and their ability to keep building speed out of the corner. And it actually becomes harder on your legs to do a tighter turn than it does to carry it on a longer radius. So well skated by her in those closing laps.
Claudia Gagnon hung on for second. Gloria Yoriati up for third. But a good win for Petra Yashapati. And they are getting set up for the A final. As Sandra Velzibor watches and gets ready for the 500 meters. A chance for some of her rivals around the standings to pad their stats a little bit and chalk up the points. We await the lights to dim here in Milan.
Lane number 2, representing the Belgium Ice Bears, Anna Desmet. On lane number 3, 11-time Olympic medalist, representing the Italian Gladiator, turning from lane number 4, representing the USA Eagles, Corinne Stoddard. On lane number 5, representing the Italian Gladiators, Elisa Confortola. Position number 6, the world record holder in this distance, representing the Korean White Tigers, Jae Min-jong. And from lane 7, representing the Chinese Longs, Yang Jingru.
Yang Jingru, 18 years old.
The stakes are high in the
A final
1500-meter World Tour
on the
rankings.
final
Stoddard
day
is
of the
first,
World
Desmet
Tour
second,
season
Santos
with an
third.
absolutely stacked
Anyone's game
field.
here in Milan.
Go to the start. Ready?
And immediately Yang was behind everybody. She almost burst off the line like this was 1,000 and making her intentions clear. She's going to get to the front.
Well, I'm sure the adrenaline's running high for her right now. What a great opportunity for her to make this A final, the 1500 meter.
Yang, gold medalist at the Winter Youth Olympics last year in Korea. Gold in the 1500 and mixed relay, silver in the 1,000. So the talent is certainly there. See how this impetuous youngster can go up against elite competition.
Well, a lot of lead changes already to start this 1500 meter off.
John Stoddard. Everybody getting a turn. Watching at the back, meanwhile, Desmet, Fontana as 5 skaters really lob it all up at the front. There's a bump. Portola takes a hit. It's ongoing. Now Desmet venturing forward on the outside.
Well, we have this 1500 meter race, but we also have that Crystal Globe race happening within this race between the two Eagles, trying to keep a close eye on each other as Hannah DeSmet battles around the outside of Kristen Santos Griswold. Ariana Fontana now making a move.
It is DeSmet hitting the front. Fontana coming. She has her fan club here in attendance.
Kristen looking up the inside of DeSmet. DeSmet letting her open up the door there.
Now Stoddard makes a move inside, 4 to go. And then on the inside ahead of DeSmet, USA Eagles 2-3, Santos Griswold for the lead.
Oh, Stoddard wide on the exit, or the entry. Hannah DeSmet jumps into third. Tight corner there.
1 to go, DeSmet up the inside into second. Santos Griswold can inch that little bit closer to the Crystal Globe. DeSmet up the inside. DeSmet will not be denied. It will be reviewed.
Well, what a race.
Move And I say she will not be denied. I always get ahead of myself because maybe she will.
Well, that was just a terrific race there. Everyone making charges for the lead. Passes happening left and right. Incredible escape from these women. That's what we came to watch. Now we wait for the decision.
Have a note on it. The times have been posted. It is listed as official, so we will wait and see. Maybe. It is official. Hannah de Smet will not be denied this week in the 1500. She takes gold. Kristen Santos Griswold that little bit closer to the Crystal Globe Trophy. And Ariana Fontana will get bronze, and she will get a raucous ovation when they give her that bronze medal. Elisa Confortola just off the podium in fourth, just missing her second individual medal of the weekend. Confortola skated over to give Fontana a high five.
Well, we haven't seen Ariana Fontana hit the podium in an individual event yet this season on the World Tour. And she delivers at home in Italy, here in Milan.
What were we saying about delivering when it matters? She had her fan club roaring her on. I mean, this is also a couple weeks straight of short track for her because she's been bouncing back and forth between long track and short.
And I think that victory for Hannah de Smet will move her up to first ahead of Corey Stoddard in the individual distance standings for the 1500 meter.
For the 1500, not for the Crystal Globe. And down to the ice for the victory celebration.
Medal ceremony at the ISU Short Track World Tour Milan Women's 1500 meter. Medals will be presented by the chief referee, Mr. Adolf Janssen. In third place, winner of the bronze medal from the Italian Gladiators,
Ariana Fontana.
Ariana Fontana. In second place, and winner of the silver medal representing the USA Eagles, Kristen Santos Griswold. Kristen Santos Griswold. And in first place, winner of the gold medal representing the Belgium Ice Bears, Hannah de Smet. Hannah de Smet. Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists.
Smet taking victory in Fontana. What a story she would have. Her Olympic debut back in 2006 as a teenager in Turin. is there one more Olympics to come at home next year, or you wouldn't put it past them to keep going? But I'm just looking ahead to the long track schedule. Next weekend in Zakopane, Poland, there is a World Cup long track event, and might Ariana Fontana be there for that too? She just doesn't stop.
Second with 940 points. Anna de Smet in third place with 906 points. In fourth,
But a silver medal for Kristen Santos Griswold. A little bit closer to that Crystal Globe. We'll see how the math plays out. There are some results maybe to throw away from your lowest ones, but a silver medal won't hurt.
Well, Kristen Santos Griswold finishing second, collecting 80 points there. Corey Stoddard, who was chomping at the bit right behind her in the standings, falling to sixth in that race, so that will spread the point standings. I think we'll see over 100 points, but where it starts to get complicated is what are their throwaways if they have a good result in the next round of the 500 meters, and of course, how do they do in the 500 meters? So don't want to say anything definitive just yet, but Kristen Santos Griswold looking very good. Here we have it. So there it is. It's a 98-point difference,
points.
Right? So again, we don't know the throwaway events, which points they might be discarding and how many of those there are. So never say never.
One more race still to come. That's the women's 500 meters grandstand finish coming up in the women's Crystal Globe standings. Men's 1,000 meter semifinals coming up after the ice resurface. That is in about 15 minutes time. So lots more to come from here in Milan. Stay with us. Now we're getting to that point of the weekend where the races are piling up, exhaustion might be settling in. Recovery is very important for the athletes between races. Let's find out some of their tricks.
I mean, most definitely recovery is the most important part. Let's say like on the first day, if you don't do recovery, you won't like really feel it, but most definitely the second day and the third day will be the most heaviest.
I think it's pretty hard to recover between the races when we have like 15-20 minutes, so the best is to do bike or running.
Usually the big thing that the Dutch people do is cycling. We have a lot of our skaters bring also their own bikes from the Netherlands, and then we have them on like tucks, and then you just spin really slow, get the blood flow moving, and then in the afternoon massage, foam roll, the foam gun on the legs. And everything you can do, you got to keep it moving. If you sit still, your next race is going to be bad.
If I have to be really honest, I just focus on sleeping.
If I have enough time to recover between races, usually I sleep, because for me it's the best way to recover.
Not deep sleep, but like closing my eyes between races. And of course, you have to hydrate and eat well. That's the 3 most important things.
To really come to rest with the short breaks we get sometimes, get food in and then try to load up for the next race. Depending on how quick it is, it's different kind of rituals, but it's a big challenge and an important part of race day.
Well, obviously we have masters in the team, so that's the most important thing to have in a big team.
Sometimes I just lay down in the dressing room and just try to be as calm as I can be.
Just have to take deep breaths. I think that's important. Yeah, just calm down. Makes a little bit of zen. I think that helps.
Now, Tyler, an extra emphasis has been placed on recovery this season because skaters might be unfamiliar with some of the tight turnarounds they've had in the races.
Yeah, the schedule is much more compact, so the skaters have much less time between races, so it actually impacts their recovery time and what they can do in between. They have to make sure they're fueling, they're drinking, they're getting some time to spin their legs out, but it's on a much shorter time frame. So that's become a new challenge for the athletes to learn and adapt to this season on the World Tour.
Now, sports science is just about in any sport these days, including short track. How has science sort of changed how the recovery is done in this sport?
It's changed in a lot of ways for these athletes. Now they're traveling with their own bikes and their own bike trainers. That's been allowed by those being more compact, easier to travel with. They have Normatex, which is a system they use to flush their legs out, flush the lactic acid out in between races or in between race days. And on top of that, they often now travel with physiotherapists and massage therapists to help with the quick turnarounds and manage injuries and fatigue.
The racing is coming fast and furious. Now time for another one of our sessions where we've sat down with Natalie Lambert to talk about some of the rules of short track.
The basic guiding principle that all the referees are basing all their judgment on is the race has to be won on its merit. Something might be impactful at the end and not impactful at the beginning. It doesn't impact the race being won on its merit. So there are three things that the referee will observe. First, is there a fall? If there's a fall, they will consider that it was impactful on the race. Is there a big loss of speed, and is there a big change of position? If it's happening early on, and yes, there is a loss of speed or there is a change of position, but there's, I don't know, in a relay, 43 laps to go, it will not be impactful. But it will if it's in the last 2 laps. So they consider that as well. The concept of clear and obvious we brought 2 years ago. We saw an increasing number of penalties in our sports, and it is a small contact sport. What the referee are seeing has to be clear and obvious, so they have to be able to understand it fairly quickly. So yes, that principle is something that we brought up, and we believe it's important. That transition zone between it's a pure straight and it's a corner step is what we call the end of straight, and for that particular transition zone there are special categories. One of them is what we call the illegal late pass. Those are very spectacular when someone is from behind and then jumping and making a wow kind of pass. If it's successful, it's great. If it's not successful, it's extremely dangerous. So in these particular situations, if there is a fall and a contact, the skater making that wow pass will get the penalty. The opposite is a skater who would go really wide at the entrance of the corner and then come back. That can lead to a penalty. We also have the concept of shared responsibility in short track, because quite often two people are doing something that creates the contact or the situation, and it's not easy for the referee, like it's not one really more than the other one within the time frame that they have to make a decision. If two people are doing something that creates a contact, it can be resolved as a shared responsibility, which means there is no penalty and there would be no advancement. If it has further consequences on a third skater, it might be treated differently. Then basically it can be 2 penalties sometimes, or it can be 1 penalty. But if really they cannot decide which one of the two is the more guilty or the more responsible, then they will make a decision of shared responsibility.
Those features, along with the explainers from some of the analysts we've had over the course of the year, have really helped us to understand this sport that little bit more. Lots more racing to come. Let's get back into it. First racers on the ice in the men's 1,000-meter semifinals. 2 heats of 5. Top 2 from each race and up to 1 fastest third-place skater go to the A final. There's heat number 1. 2 Ice Maples, Felix Roussel, William Dongenou, Pietro Siegel, Robert Krusbergs, and Jung-Sun Woo.
Well, just an incredible lineup here. We got skaters ranked 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 6th, and 8th in this semifinal 1,000 meter. So buckle up. There's going to be some action coming in store for us.
Yeah, good luck picking a winner out of this one.
Well, we saw the Ice Maples in the previous round really trying to control the lead of these 1,000 meter.
Sorry,
well,
that's my bad.
You just cut me off there, Gavin. We saw the Ice Maples controlling the lead of the race here in the previous round. We'll see if they look to do that again. Keep an eye out for Jung-Sun Woo, who's just a formidable passer, and of course the likes of Robert Krusberg, who's so good on the front. He may be making the challenge for the lead himself. Pietro Siegel, never giving up. Anyone's call here.
You are a brave soul. You can pick the winner out of this one. Heat number 1, men's 1,000-meter semifinals.
Go to the start. Ready.
Roussel, the winner from Beijing. Dongenou, the winner from, well, a lot of them, a couple of them. The world champion in this distance as well. He'll be defending that title in a few weeks' time.
Well, Pietro Siegel taking control. Robert Krusbergs was making a look for it. No reaction yet. William Dongenou really wide speed track in the back, so pay attention for him. We know what he's capable of.
He is comfortable at the front, just like Robert Krusbergs is. Neither of them are there right now. Inside, 5 to go. It's Siegel on the front.
Well, with the depth of this field, if you find yourself towards the back, sometimes your best option is to watch and be ready to strike. Pietro Siegel pushing the pace here. Bit of a gap between him and Felix Roussel. Now Jung-Sun Woo.
That's the moment for someone to make a move as Roussel kind of sat back a bit. That compressed things behind Siegel. Now they're closing back up again. Still Roussel in second. They're going to get him up and get the bell. This time around as Jung goes to second.
William Dongenou making an attempt on the outside. He's carrying some good speed. Still stuck wide on the outside.
He has a teammate to get around. He does. It is Siegel who's going to take this one to the line. Jung in second. And Dongenou will have to watch and wait now to see if 124.51 holds up. I think that's a little bit slower than what we were getting earlier.
A little bit slower than previous round, but still a fast time. That's not an easy time to produce, but Pietro Siegel just a great race that he puts together there. He didn't waste any time. Felix Roussel took the lead of that race. That's where he's had his successes this year on the World Cup circuit in the 1,000 meter, is controlling from the front. But just Siegel just reacting to that right away.
A lot of time we see Siegel making the theatrical move or closing the gap and never giving up the fight. This time going to the front and doing a pretty darn good job holding them off behind him.
Well, Jung-Sun Woo just showing his ability to pass in this 1,000 meters once again.
And the second heat, if we go based on current world ranking, it's quite a bit different than the first one, but you still have, those are deceiving in a way. You still have Steven Dubois, Liu Xiaowang, Lucas Beckenhauser, Sun Long, and Quentin Felcock.
Well, the world rankings are deceiving in the way that Steven Dubois wasn't competing in the 1,000 meters in the first half of the World Tour, so that kind of handicaps his world ranking a little bit. We didn't see Liu Xiaowang or Sun Long in Tilburg, so they've missed some events as well. So still a great field in this second semifinal.
There you have your start list. Dubois, when he decides to absolutely floor it, there might be nobody faster right now in terms of pure speed at the drop of a hat.
I'm not seeing Dubois on the ice right now.
Neither do I.
Yeah. Oh,
there is a Canadian ice
no,
maple
that's
over
not
there,
him in
but
the
that
heat
is
box.
not him.
So perhaps we may have a DNS from Steven Dubois.
And they are whistled to the line. There are just 4 skaters. So the plot that gets that much thicker The pair of lungs, another gladiator who came through the qualifiers this morning, or the repechage this morning. And Quentin Vercoq flying the tricolore at the line for the French Roosters.
Go to the start. Ready.
Vercoq almost surprised, going, oh, I guess I do get to scoot a little place closer.
Vercoq lined up position 5 where he was supposed to start. I don't think he realized Stephen Dubois wasn't on the ice.
It is 4. It is the Lungs teammates on the front right now, and they build that great wall at the front. Tough to get around, but Speckenhauser's gonna go. Given something like this, Vercoq, who was advanced out of the last round, I was wondering if he was gonna watch and wait and see, but no, it's his turn to make the move for third.
Well, Sun Long controlling the lead right now. We know what kind of form he's in, having won the 500 meter yesterday. He's got a lot of confidence in himself. Just building the pace up, lap after lap.
Lou right behind him. Then Vercoq, then Speckenhauser. Vercoq looking, not quite bombing down the inside just yet, but Speckenhauser eyeing the outside now.
Well, Sun Long's keeping these lap times sub 9 down to 8.7 now, so this will be a quick time to watch for that third place skater. Lucas Speckenhauser now looking to make a move on the outside of Vercoq. He gets by cleanly.
And as he eyeing second place, he is. Vercoq is out. Speckenhauser goes down, and it's the 2 Chinese Lungs, and Vercoq does get up to third with a 1:25.05. It is incredibly close to third from the previous heat, but actually, no, it's more of a half a second.
Just shy of the previous race, yeah, but that would put William Danjanu through in the qualifying time position. We don't have any yellow markers on our screens. Lucas Speckenhauser going down of his own accord in that final turn.
We'll see, though, since it wasn't the last second, they might just not have put it up on the screen yet, but it's the battle at the front, the battle for third. That comes up. It was a long day for Speckenhauser. So close for him.
Well, it'd be great to see Liu Xiaowang back in an A final as well.
Is Sun Long taking it? Not by much, 0.07 of a second.
Well, their time was right on par with kind of that previous race. It was a 1:24.3, 1:24.4. They were 1:24.5s.
And Vercoq's time not quick enough, so it will be Danjanu in the A final. And there you go, Vercoq Speckenhauser to the B final. Did not get a review for any possible penalty. So we'll see them pretty quickly. We come out with the women's 500 meters now. There are your A final skaters. That's coming up shortly. And to the B final, Bussell, Vercoq, Kreuzbergs, Speckenhauser. Heat number 1 in the women's 500 meters. It is 4 heats. First 2 from each heat, and up to 2 fastest third place skaters moving on. And then heat number 1 has a pair of Ice Maples in 1 and 2. Nicola Mazur in position 3, Corin Stoddard in position 4. If there is a weaker event, this may be it for her, as she still chases that Crystal Globe, and then Natalia Malashevska in position 5.
Well, Corey started position number 4. She's got her work cut out for her on this start with Malashevska on her outside. She has a very fast start herself, and the likes of Florence Brunel, winner from last weekend's 500 meter.
Those all-important start positions into the first corner, and it is the 2 Ice Maples in front. Brunel and Danae Blais in front right now.
Well, France Brunel making incredible work of that start. Nice little comfort of a lead ahead of teammate Danae Blais, who's closing that down, but that's left a large gap to third.
Mazur wobbled a little bit. That cost her a lot of speed, and that allowed Stoddard to make the move for third. She has a long, long way to go, though, right now. She is closing it. The speed comes down from the Canadian. Stoddart is in position. It's Brunel and Blais, and then Stoddart 1, 2, and 3. And it is Florence Brunel taking it. Stoddart, a valiant effort, getting up to 42.73, unofficially in third.
Well, Stoddart's going to have to sit and wait to see if that's enough to get her through and keep her potential Crystal Globe dream alive. But right now, a 98-point gap behind teammate Kristen Santos Griswold. Again, we're not certain of all the takeaways or throwaway events in terms of points, so she has to be flawless, and Kristen Santos would have to have a few, you know, setbacks through this 500 meter. But if she's going through as well, that's really going to make, I think, the race over for the Crystal Globe
Just
title.
explain again the throwaway results.
Well, so over the course of the season, you have 6 World Tours, 3 individual events at each. So there's 18 total individual events. But for the Crystal Globe standings, you use your best 15 results. So what that means is you throw away 3 of your worst results. But maybe you don't have many bad results to throw away. So when you remove those, that's going to take your points back. And it kind of then who has the worst results to throw out with better points to gain. And then the math happens behind the scenes.
Relatively quickly. Heat number 2 does have Sandra Velzebor. Speaking of those results getting thrown out, she throws away the 1500 earlier today because that is 0, as she did not compete in it. And last week she has a 0 from the 500 as she did not compete in it.
Correct. So those would be her throwaway results.
2 of them.
2 of the 3. Yeah.
Heat number 2 has Velzebor in her usual position number 1, Wang Xinran, Valentina Askic, the great Fan Keshin, a modest 5 world championships in this distance, and Petri Ashapati. Even this is a loaded quarterfinal.
Go to the start. Ready?
And it is, in fact, Velzebor off the line. Not everybody through the corner, though, as Askic goes down, and we will start again.
Well, we've been talking about Yashapati and her rise this season. If you see on her helmet, she's wearing number 86. So she would have been world ranked number 86 last season. Now, with her performance in the 1500 meter today, she's moved up all the way to 10th. Like, what an improvement year over year. 86 to 10th?
At that rate.
Yeah. She'll climb another 76 positions next year.
Yeah, certainly talent to watch. Really becoming that team leader on the Hungarian Falcon side. She is the elder siblings in the Ashapati. There is Peter as well. So Petri Ashapati, she has been around for quite some time, but that breakthrough can kind of come at any age. She's, oh wait, just doing the math here. 26.
26 turning 27. Not at the end of the year. December 31st.
She's a New Year's Eve baby.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, by the way.
No problem.
Take 2.
Go to the start. Ready?
Hold your breath through that first corner. This time everybody goes through, and it's Velzebor off the front, and then Wang. 2 skaters with those new full face masks now.
Well, Wang is doing a terrific job keeping in reach of Velzebor.
Yashapati up the inside into 4th, but it is a big split being created by, as you would expect, Sandra Velzebor. Now Yashapati bumps with Fan. And
Askic goes down, takes out Yashapati in the back. We still have Sandra Velzebor pulling it out front. We have the race called. We might have an injury down here on the ice.
Yeah, that was at top speed. Askic came from behind and almost swiped out Yashapati. She did not know what was happening when Askic came down. Askic went down on her own. And
we can't see from our angle. We have the paramedic team responding quickly.
Yashapati had just taken the bump and was kind of thrown off.
She appears to be sitting up, though, on the ice. So that's always a good sign.
Obviously, you want to be cautious. They brought out the spine board just to ease her on there. But yeah, they bring out the sheet to sort of grant a little bit of privacy in what is a very difficult situation. And in that case, they bring it back because I would imagine that's close to the start-finish line, and at top speed, if there's another incident, that could be disaster.
You're in a very vulnerable position if you're in the mats on the exit of the turn.
She had bumped Fan Keshin. That was going to be reviewed, so she was kind of standing up after going out wide. Askic went down on her own and just slid right into her, swiping out the legs.
Yeah, Yashapati was looking for the inside pass on Fan Keshin. Kind of got held off. She lost a lot of speed, and then Askic was carrying a lot of speed, closing the door on her, and then, well, we'll get another look of it here.
Right there. And that's at a high-speed incident, and Yashapati just vulnerable at that point in time. And
well, yeah, we saw the left blade there of Askic making quite heavy contact of the left leg of Yashapati, the left foot there on, that's a very unfortunate incident. We're wearing a lot of cut-resistant material, especially around the ankles. It's a very common place to get struck by blades or potentially get cut. It's called cut-resistant for a reason, not necessarily cut-proof. But the skaters are typically wearing some heavy protection there.
And there was the penalty to Fan on that incident. They went shoulder to shoulder, and Fan was ruled. There was a lane change outside to in. Of course, that was as penalty. It's a relatively harmless incident, but it just kind of got the ball rolling. And of course, Askic just going out on her own, definitely by no means deliberate there.
Well, sometimes if you're a skater coming up that quickly on another skater, you're trying to hook tight because you're trying to steer clear of them. You lean over a little too much, the ice just breaks out there. It's kind of that, you get a little tensed for a second. It's like, oh no, I gotta watch out. Didn't expect to be coming up onto you with so much speed. You hesitate for a second. That hesitation actually leads to potential falls.
And so you also have to wonder, is Askic okay? She is up on the mats getting blades looked at, so it'll be down to 3 when we restart. Of course, the priority right now is Petra Yashapati's health and safety. They have the stretcher out, every precaution being taken.
Well, I really hope for Yashapati that this isn't a very severe injury here, because she's just been skating so tremendously, as we were talking about prior to this race start. And
as the Hungarian program starts to rebuild that little bit from the heady highs of a few years ago, she was one spearheading that effort.
Well, the loss of the Liu brothers to the Hungarian program was certainly a big blow.
Arm being held above her head as she goes off. She did appear to be sitting up, so we'll look for the small bits of optimism, but that's very, very tough to see. Milan.
Well, our thoughts go out to Yashapati, just hoping all the best here.
She is alert. She's taken off the ice.
I don't see any bandages around the leg, so, hopefully that's a good sign. There's no lacerations there.
The arm over her is reminiscent of a collarbone injury or a shoulder injury, but they have the neck stabilized as well. But we hope for the best for a skater who has really made incredible strides this season.
Now the hard part for the remaining skaters is getting refocused and getting back onto the ice to start this race all over again from the beginning.
This is a 500 meters involving 3 skaters now. And they know what happens in this sport, but there is that mental factor as well, trying to put that behind them. Tina Askic is okay to continue.
So as we start over again, it's a 2+2 advancement, so times still count. Uncertain if there would be any advancement, but we're getting word now. It seems to be a shoulder injury. We're waiting for the medical team to get more information back to us, but it seems like a shoulder injury. Gavin, you mentioned collarbone. That's a very common break to see with skaters going down awkwardly into the boards.
And so often when that happens, you're holding one arm sort of out in front of you like that. So yeah, it sort of lended to that possibility of whether it was a possible shoulder, but it's upper body. But obviously you're glad there's no, at least preliminary diagnosis. You look at things like neck and spine and all that, but now we just hope, we won't speculate on what else it could be other than we hope for a rapid recovery. Three skaters still in it. Sandra Velsborg, Wang Xinran, Valentina Askic, of course, with Fan Keshin getting penalized. She will not be on the restart. You feel for Fan too. There was the penalty, but it's certainly that so often a bump like that does not lead to an incident.
No, and she had the contact on Hashipati, but that wasn't the direct incident. Obviously, it came after with Askic losing her footing, and again, completely unintentional. Wrong place, wrong time.
And Keshin, one of the great skaters. Off the ice now. Now it's down to 3, so potentially all 3 could advance, but a restart like this, it will be very, very tough.
Go to the start. Ready.
You also wonder how much adrenaline is coursing through Askic after an incident like that. He's right up there right now, but Velsborg, as she does so well, gets off to an early lead.
Well, Askic doing a much better job keeping in contact here with Wang. Wang is obviously fatigued from the previous race. She couldn't hold this, previously she was holding that gap nice and tight on Sandra Velsborg. It's blowing wide open here. The fatigue is setting in. Askic on the outside. Wang just holding her footing.
Wang cannot keep it together now. I think the lights have gone out there. It is Sandra Velsborg who's going to take this one. Valentina Askic would get through a second, and Wang very tough to get through on a second straight 500.
Well, it's so hard to have those back-to-back races. We saw something not too dissimilar last weekend in Tilburg, where one of the races was called back as it was finishing. Kim Boutin just did not have the energy to respond in that restart. I think Wang was struggling with the kind of similar circumstance there. Just the fatigue, the back-to-back efforts is so hard to manage. And again, that previous race before it was called back, she was just skating phenomenally well. She's clearly, that quick turnaround was a challenge for her.
Once Askic really made the move, she struggled to carry the speed out of the corner, and that was really all she wrote.
Speaking of Kim Boutin.
That was a good segue for you. Kim Boutin, Michelle Velsborg, Ariana Fontana, Chiara Betti, and Zhang Chutong. The 5 taking to the line in heat number 3 of the women's 500-meter quarterfinals. That is a pretty impressive field. Oh, down to the ice, they'll announce there we go.
Penalty number 18 from People's Republic of China.
That was the penalty on Fan in the first attempt at that race. So there you go, Velsborg, Askic. And Wang still has a chance. It's one of the faster times, but she did lose a lot of speed down the stretch.
Well, that was only the second heat, and there's 2 times going through, so the 47.5 I don't think is going to stand. Here's a look at that outside to in track pattern from Fan Keshin. The other thing too, even for Sandra Velsborg, right? She has such a quick start. She's typically first position on the line, but she's gonna have a slower time now from that result, so that will change her start position.
Extra adversity in the semis for her.
Go to the start.
Is Boutin, also one of the fastest starters in the world, getting out. Michelle Velzeboer in second, and then the two Italian gladiators behind them, ahead of Zhang.
Well, Ariana Fontana has her work cut out for her here with the likes of Michelle Velzeboer and Kim Boutin ahead of her. Watch her try to stay patient. Again, you usually get one good opportunity to 500. There's Michelle Velzeboer moving up to the lead of this race.
And Boutin now trying to fend off Fontana. Is there a strike back on the inside? It's not going to take it. And now Betty tries to make the move for third, but it's Michelle Velzeboer taking it ahead of Ariana Fontana. .42.53 winning time.
Well, Michelle Velzeboer showing some nice poise there on that inside pass of Kim Boutin. We mentioned earlier too, Ariana Fontana just waiting for that right opportunity to strike. There's so much acceleration happening within the first 2.5 laps, the 500. You almost want the pace to get settled, and then that's your moment to make a move. We see Ariana Fontana doing that in this race. Tidy little inside pass on Kim Boutin.
Boutin went out wide, and that was spelled the end of her race, really. But
well, yeah, Boutin went shoulder to shoulder with Chiara Betty going into the last corner. That kind of pushed her out a little bit.
There you go. Velzeboer, Fontana going through Betty, a 42.883. One more heat to come, and again, Crystal Globe ramifications here.
Well, Stoddard is still in the hot seat to advance through with a 42.71 with one race remaining.
Go to the start. Ready?
And it's Santos, Griswold, Choi Min-jong, Mila Sturmovska, Hannah de Smet, and Ariana Siegel. And if you saw Siegel winning the repechage semifinal earlier this morning, she went and hugged a mysterious person. As I found out, it is her best friend. It was a nice little moment there from that morning session. But in the race, Kristen Santos Griswold doing what she needs to do.
Hannah de Smet with some work to do in third. Can she close this gap down? It was a very tight start in that first corner. It seemed like Kristen Santos Griswold had a bit of a stumble off the start, but she was able to maintain control of this race.
De Smet had the head of steam, but she came up right into Choi Min-jong. Is there a move coming? Choi looking. Santos Griswold holding and taking. 42.83.
Well, that would move ahead of Chiara Betty. However, it's still not faster than Stoddard, so I think Stoddard's going to get through with Hannah de Smet as the two fastest thirds. We don't have any advancements. Don't think there was any yellow markers in this race or any incidents to review.
And you've pointed out when they adjust it to the unofficial time, it does tend to come down a little bit. So
yeah, when they go to that photo finish, we typically see the times get faster.
42.816, and that is moving a little bit quicker. So it's Stoddard and de Smet as the faster third place skaters with no advancements coming. We will see them shortly in the 500-meter semifinals.
Well, with Kristen Santos getting to the semifinals, that's the top 10. That would secure her a top 10 finish result. Barring she does not get a yellow card. And I think that would really seal the deal for her as our Crystal Globe champion this year on the women's side.
Of course, there is always that caveat if there are no yellow card moments. So, congratulations pending.
Pending congratulations for Kristen Santos Griswold.
Could almost just skate over the line and just say, you guys duke it out. I've got what I need. But of course, she is a gamer. She's a racer. She will challenge all the way. 1,000 meters for the men. The final. As four men, Felix Roussel, Quentin Vercoq, Roberts Krusbergs, and Luca Speckenhauser.
Well, with the DNS. Oh, did we have disqualified? Well, we had the DNS of Stephen Dubois, so that's why we're not seeing him in this B final.
Running for position number 2, representing the French Starting from lane number 3, representing the Latvian Golden Stars, Bobets Losberg. Starting from lane number 4, representing the Italian Gladiators,
Lucas Beckenhauser and the rock and roll.
Four skaters. B final, men's 1,000 meters.
Go to the start. Ready.
No worries about time, advancements. It's just 3 skaters around you. Try to get top performance on what will be the Olympic ice in less than a year's time.
Well, lots of movement happening already for Koch, deciding he wants to lead this race. Robert Krusberg's so strong from the front, making a look to the front.
Once he's there, he's proven to be something of an immovable object when he's on the front and when he does not want to be passed.
Well, times don't matter, but this is already heating up to be a quick race.
Roussel diving up the inside into second.
So important you hold that corner after you make a pass like that. You can't open the door at all because the person you've just passed is going to be looking to strike right back on you. Felix Roussel did a terrific job holding it tight on the exit. Oh, he's losing his edging as he breaks through the ice.
Couldn't hold it, and he slips back to fourth, and that allows Velkoch and Speckenhauser to gain a position. And Krusberg's, the legs may be getting that little bit heavier. Velkoch spotted that, made the move. Here comes Speckenhauser, trying to finish things with a bang in front of the home fans.
He does it!
And he does.
Delivering at home. What patience there from Lucas Speckenhauser. Beautiful double outside pass to take the win in this race.
From the repechage this morning, getting an advancement from the repechage semifinal. Great effort over the course of the day by Lucas Speckenhauser, wanting to get that last roar from the home nation crowd.
Delivering for the fans. See if we get another look at Felix Roussel where he just breaks out of that turn, losing all of his speed. I think that's coming up in a moment here. We'll see if we get another look.
That might have been it right
before
they cut
it off.
And then the leg move, Speckenhauser racing to the end.
Well, the hardest part of that move at the finish of the race is that your legs are so heavy, and if you're completing that outside pass, you really just got to keep those crossovers happening as you exit the turn.
Congratulations between the two. The French and Italians do some training together. They know each other very, very well. Just a few weeks away. Those rivalries, I'm sure, will be renewed one final time at the World Championships in Beijing. A final coming up. This one back to 5 skaters. Siegel, Zhang, Donjanu, Sun, and Liu, and the lights go down. We'll take our pause.
triple, William Danjinu. Starting from lane number 4, representing the Chinese long, Sun Long. And starting from lane 5, representing the Chinese long, Yu Shouan.
Well, William Danjinu will get to wrap his arms around that crystal globe in, I don't know, a couple hours time, but he made the message loud and clear. That thing right there, it's mine. The weight of the world very much off his shoulders now. One more individual race, though, to cap off what has been a spectacular season for the man from Sherbrooke, Quebec.
Go to the start. Ready.
Seagull has that extra little bit of oomph behind him, doesn't he? Off to the front again. But Danjinu quickly there, place where he is quite comfortable.
Well, let's keep an eye on Seagull. Looks like he's winding up. He wants control of this race, loses a footing, now looks outside. Danjinu responds.
A little footing there, maybe allowed Danjinu a little extra half a second to react.
Absolutely, lose a little bit of speed. You hear those feet moving behind you. The athletes are paying attention. They can hear the movement of the blades behind them, and they know that's my sign. I got to pick it up a little bit. But Danjinu increasing the pace up front right now.
Sun in third. Seagull, we know he is not going to give up the fight.
And Seagull's going to want to make a move before Sun Long tries to make a move on him. And Zhang Sun Wu has been making nice passes all day long. So if you keep the pace high in front, as William Danjinu's doing right now, you can make everybody scrap it out behind you. Seagull loses his footing a bit again there.
And Danjinu still winding things up. He sees the number 2. Just 2 laps remain in the men's Crystal Globe season. It has already been claimed by William Danjinu, but he wants to finish this one off with the bang. Here comes Danjinu. Seagull's not gonna give up as he always does. It's Danjinu finishing it with a bang. The nerves were evident a little bit earlier, perhaps, but when the weight of the world was off his shoulders, Danjinu back to his absolute best.
Well, that's the way I love to see William Danjinu race. Going to the front, using his speed, using his endurance, using his track pattern. He's got all the tools in his toolbox, and he just put a little nice bow on that to tie this thing all up at the end of the season. And there's a look with Danjinu and his team.
I wonder how much relief is on that face, but of course, as he crosses the line first, his signature celebration, William Danjinu cleared for takeoff all the way to the Crystal Globe.
Well, William Danjinu was met with some challenges over the last 2 weeks, finishing up in Tilburg and starting things off here this weekend, and he has responded. That was the finish he was hoping for. That's what you want to walk away with as your experience in Milan, 1 year out of the Olympics.
Seagull with a very impressive second place, and Zhang making the move late to get up into the bronze medal position.
Well, you can see by the time 1:23.025, that's the fastest time I've seen all season, I think, on the World Tour. That's how bad Danjinu wanted to win this race.
Got to celebrate. He had his teammates in the heat box. I see Steven Dubois, Jordan Pierre-Gilles. He had the coaching staff down on the other side of the rink. But a chance for this man to savor one final victory on what has been a breathtaking season for William Danjinu.
And Pietro Seagull, he was doing everything he could. He was looking for his opportunities, had a few slips here and there, but that just showed how fast William Danjinu was pushing the pace. I liked what Seagull did towards the end. He tried to create a little bit of a gap that he could try to accelerate into to make that move on Danjinu. It's so difficult to have that awareness.
Down to the ice for the victory ceremony. The first individual medal in the men's Crystal Globe this year was the 1500 in Montreal. That went to William Dongenou. It ends with the 1000 here in Milan. It was won by William Dongenou. So it's bookended by Dongenou, and a whole lot of the middle in there was also William Dongenou. 8 wins on the season last year in the Old World Cup. He picked up 4. But what a way to cap it. The smiles now flowing. He will be back to not only get his individual Crystal Globe trophy, but also as part of the victorious Canadian Ice Maples. A memorable, incredible win by William Dongenou. Siegel, Pietro Siegel, the home crowd buoyed him on. Picks up a silver medal, and Jung-Sun Woo of the Korean White Tigers picks up bronze. William Dongenou cleared for takeoff in Milan. We have one more ice resurfacing coming up. It will be the women's 500 meter coming back to the ice with the semifinals. Actually, we're doing that right now. I completely forgot. The ice resurface comes after this. They're already out on the ice. Can't even catch a breather here, Tyler.
You just got to exhale now. Take some long breaths, refocus, because we jump right back into the 500 meter semifinals of the women.
And it certainly is not going to be a letdown. We know that already. And wouldn't you know, the Crystal Globe top 2 in this semifinal together. Florence Brunel will be in position 1. Kristen Santos Griswold, Corin Stoddard, 2 and 3. Choi Min Jong in 4. And then Valentina Askic, obviously doing okay after her scary spill in the quarterfinals, but she'll be out in position number 5. The winner from last weekend, Florence Brunel, certainly looking to go back-to-back and head into World Championships in all kinds of form.
Well, Florence Brunel has just been lighting it up off the start line. I expect to see her do that again, and that start's just going to be absolutely critical going up against the likes of Kristen Santos Griswold and Cory Stoddard and Choi Min Jong.
Go to the start.
And it is Brunel off into the corner. Stoddart can't quite get around, and they are going to bring it back. Choi Min-jong and her made contact, didn't quite get through that corner all the way.
Yeah, we are just near the exit, but Choi Min-jong had a quick start off the line. She was able to get on the outside shoulder of Corey Stoddart into contact on the exit, put Stoddart down to the ice, but there we saw again Florence Brunel with that lightning quick start to the first block.
Another few meters and they would have been through, and I don't know if there was bringing that one back, but she was still exiting the corner. And we'll get to retake. She's getting those blades looked at. And so in this case, it looks like it's just the wrench. So what are they doing on that one?
So if you're using the wrench, that's just a loosen and a tighten. So sometimes you can get some pent up stress in the bend of the blade. You're just trying to release it. Hopefully that bend just pops back to where it typically sits. And then a quick retighten. Don't forget to retighten that bolt.
What happens if they don't?
Yeah, you don't want to know. But obviously those bolts hold the blade in position on the boot. That's also how you set your offset. So you don't want the offset to change at all either. Choi Min-jong getting her blade looked at.
And Stoddart, they just showed her sitting up there for a skater who says she very nearly did not make the trip over to Tilburg last weekend. You would never have guessed. She's always so calm, composed, and reserved, but underneath, I guess there are all those feelings bubbling up. She just doesn't show it.
Yeah. Cool and collected.
Quick shake of the legs out. We will try again.
Go to the start. Ready?
And Brunel, first half stretch, she was a bit behind, now all the way to the front, and not as good of a start from Choi Min-jong this time.
Well, Stoddart got off the line much better. I think she knew, okay, Choi Min-jong's really gunning for me. I got to do everything I can. Here comes Kristen Santos on the inside of Florence Brunel.
Santos Griswold is Crystal Globe elect, but that is not slowing her down. She is pushing every step of the way. Stoddart stumbles out of the turn.
Response, she can. Choi Min-jong on the outside. Stoddart down.
Finally, Stoddart goes down. She had been stumbling for almost a whole lap. And it's Brunel holding off Choi Min-jong for now. Santos Griswold takes it to the line, and Brunel holds on for second. Stoddart was almost stumbling for a whole lap and very nearly hung on, but the strength not enough to see that through.
Well, Stoddart was setting up that pass to go up the inside of Florence Brunel. She had a bit of a stumble down the straightaway. She lost some speed. She had to enter very tight into that corner. Florence Brunel quickly making a move positionally out wide to cut back on the exit. She knew Stoddart didn't have a lot of speed on her, so Stoddart not with much. Coming out the exit, couldn't hold it tight. Florence Brunel jumping up to the inside, but meanwhile, Choi Min-jong on the outside.
There was the fall. Stoddart valiant in her attempts to keep the skates on the ice, but ultimately just not able to hold it. But Santos Griswold.
Well, if this is the official result, which I think we're going to see in a moment, if Kristen Santos is going through as the winner, which we expect she is, nothing to challenge there, then she has it in the books.
Could there be an A final yellow card?
There could be an A final yellow card. Yeah, that's right, Gavin. There could be an A final yellow card. Yeah,
highly unlikely.
But Stoddart is in the B final, so she can't get 100 points from winning, which she's more than 100 points. She's at 98 points back now. So even with the yellow card, if Stoddart wins the B final, that's 6 place points. That's not going to be enough to overcome the 98-point difference.
Right.
So that's why it would be final.
And then I wouldn't imagine she would lose that many points
on
throwing
throwaways.
Yeah, because she's crashed out of a lot of races this year. I say a lot. Yeah. I mean a few.
Go to the start. Ready?
I have learned to trust your math, and so if you say that, I believe you.
Well, Zandra Velzebor, unusual spot for her on the start line in 5th position. She's able to work her way up ahead of Danae Blais into 4th, but she has work cut out for her as Michelle leads this race.
unusual position. Sandra Velzeboer just so often used to being off the line first, now having to chase. It's Michelle Velzeboer on the front, Ariana Fontana behind her. Sandra Velzeboer diving up the inside of Desmet, makes that one stick beautifully.
Ariana Fontana defending from second. Doesn't look like she's setting up any passes here. Tight on the exit of that turn, shifting wide on the entry. Nice defensive track here from Fontana at the line.
Desmet pushing it late. I don't think she got right up for it. I think Sandra Velzeboer hung on, but it is Michelle Velzeboer taking the heat. I meant it's Sandra Velzeboer hanging on for third.
Okay, thank you.
Keeping you on your toes.
Yep.
I've still not been allowed to fire that light gun down there.
Yeah.
One day. I'll sneak up there during a practice session.
Start firing off the start gun. Well, here's a look. Sandra Velzeboer coming out for the finish. Hannah Smith looking inside.
And Sandra hangs on at a 43.156. She will go to the A final, but again, she will not be in that position 1. She would be, I believe, in position 4. Just a bit ahead of Florence Brunel. Brunel will be in position 5. That'll be interesting. But Velzeboer both going to the A final. Ariana Fontana, talk about peaking again at the right moment. Anna Desmet to the B final, as does Danae Blais. But if the math is correct, Tyler, I believe you had it. We do have our women's Crystal Globe winner.
Well, that's right. Like I said, so Corey Stoddard is now in the B final, so she can't secure more than 6th place points, which I'm thinking off the top of my head is around 44 points. So that's not amount. She's 98 points behind, right? So even if Kristen Santos Griswold would get a yellow card, get 0 points, Corey Stoddard win the B final, it's still not enough points to leapfrog over Kristen. So that would give Kristen the Crystal Globe title.
Looking at the results to throw away, there would be a quarterfinal a week ago from Tilburg, a couple events she fell out in Montreal, so it wouldn't be a big loss of points for her. But we have another ice resurface to come, and we will be back in about 13 minutes, and it will be the women's 500-meter finals. Stay with us, and also keep an eye out for the last of the content that we have put together from here in Milan.
final, and we'll wrap up the action with the always spectacular men 5,000 meter relay. Again, the final B first, and finally, as the last race of a great competition here in beautiful Milan.
Ed ora il turno finali 500 metri femminili. Iniziamo con la finale di 5 atlete, poi la finale al 3.
The final individual races on the 2024-25 ISU Short Track World Tour, the women's 500 meters. And then there will be the bookend races, of course, the men's 5,000 meter relays. The end of the season, at least on the World Tour, is in sight. Of course, there is still the World Championships to come next month. And of course, stay with us after races, including we will get those Crystal Globe presentations.
Just a few minutes ago, but did not make it to the big show.
And there is the start list for the B final. Hannah Desmet, Danae Blais, Choi Min Jong, Valentina Askic, Lauren Stoddard, and Choi Min Jong is not taking to the ice for the B final. So 4 skaters.
Well, we saw that earlier from teammate Kim Gilly. She did not skate the B final in the 1500 meter once she qualified for it. So
down to 4 again. And the Crystal Globe has now pretty much been decided, but of course you do want to end your season, head off into World Championships with momentum, reasons for confidence, and be on the line in the A final as well as the medals as well. And down for the introductions for the B final.
Starting from lane number 2, representing the Canadian Ice Maples, Danae Blais. Starting from lane number 3, representing the Croatian Dalmatian, Valentina Askic. From lane number 4, representing the USA Eagles, Roy Todo.
Go to the start. Ready.
It now just goes without saying that so many of these B finals could be A finals on another day.
And even if it's a B final, you still want to beat your competitors. You don't want to ever give them an inkling that they might be better than you. So you're always racing at full speed here. And again, always points on the table to improve your world ranking.
Stoddard makes the move to 3rd. She has Danae Blais in her sights. It's Hannah Desmet on the front. Valentina Askic just hanging on there at the back at the bell. Blais makes the move on the inside for the lead.
She makes it stick. Beautiful inside pass. Corey Stoddard setting up, looking for the finish.
Looks like Danae Blais will take the B final. Desmet will hang on for 2nd, and Stoddard just making it close, but finish 3rd. It's always such a blink and you'll miss it race. Looking back, I don't think there is anything getting reviewed, and so clean race.
Well, great result for Askic as well. Valentina Askic making the B final here. Some nice big points for her to help boost her ranking.
A 9th place result, I believe, for her. It's just a 2-woman team. It's a couple of men, couple of women on this Croatian Dalmatian side, and so looking to build, looking to grow, and Askic doing her part today. Just getting things set up. Results of the B final. Blais, Desmet, Stoddard, and Askic. Choi Min Jong did not start. Daft Punk going in here right now. And the A final is at hand in the women's 500 meters. The lights are going to go down, and we will get the introductions.
Timeout Griswold. Starting from lane number 3, representing the Italian Gladiators. Starting from lane number 4, representing the Dutch Lions and world record holder in this distance, Chandra Belzebub. And from lane number 5, representing the Canadian Ice Maples, Florence Brunel.
Well, if Brunel wants to go back-to-back, she will have to do it from all the way out in position 5. Sandra Belzebor in position number 4, looking for win number 4 in the 500 meters. This position 1 is her sister Michelle, Kristen Santos Griswold, looking to cap off a memorable season with a bang. And of course, Ariana Fontana on home ice.
Go to the start. Ready.
Dash off line. What a start by Fontana and Brunel. Brunel right up behind Fontana, and that cost her a lot of speed.
Well, Brunel got caught on the outside. That bumped her to the back. Sandra Belzebor able to move up to 4th, but you called it, Gavin. A tremendous start from Ariana Fontana as she tracks down Michelle Belzebor in the lead of this race.
Coming up, 2-2 to go. Fontana
Here's a
sizing
setup.
up a move.
Jumping up the inside. She makes it stick. Can she hold it? Kristen Santos looking to come back all the way to the lead.
Santos Griswold saw the opening, took it, and she looks like she will end her season with a bang. Santos Griswold, Crystal Globe, and a gold medal perhaps.
Well, we had Florence Brunel go down to that last corner, but what a race from Kristen Santos Griswold. What a way to cap off this season. Beautiful skate.
Spotted the opening. Fontana taking the lead. She drifted. Michelle kind of went with her, and that allowed Santos Griswold to jump through.
Well, it's so hard when you're carrying that much speed. You enter tight off an inside pass. It's hard to hold that on the exit, so you start to drift wide a bit. Kristen Santos Griswold capitalizing on that opportunity. She saw that pass unfolding. She knew that was her moment to strike.
And Fontana, second medal of the day, hanging on for silver. Brunel not able to hang on. Sandra Belzebor lost her visor there, but she did get up to 3rd, just beating out the younger sister. So Santos Griswold, a golden finish to a crystal year.
Well, she just wrapped it up the same way that William Danjanu did, taking victories in the last individual event of the season. The icing on the cake, if you will.
She joked after the Montreal swing that she had spent a lot of time in the boards, in the pads and on the ice, and the revival then began. Week 4 in Seoul, 2 wins, and she has 2 more here on the ice in Milan.
Well, Kristen Santos was put to the test this weekend from her teammate Corey Stoddard with the challenge for the Crystal Globe, but she responded, and that is the sign of a champion. When you're under pressure, can you respond in the big moments? Kristen Santos Griswold doing that today. Terrific skate.
Of course, the Crystal Globe rewards consistency. An Olympics next year is a one-off event, and anything can happen on any given day, but on the Olympic ice, some pretty good performances in what could be viewed maybe as a one-off event, if you're looking at that way, as the Olympic test event.
Well, as you move towards the Olympics, you want to reflect on your experience in Milan. You want to have hoped it was a positive one, because you're going to relive those memories in your mind. So winning some of these events, being on the podiums for those skaters, that's going to give them the confidence. They're going to feel confident in the venue when they return next year for the Olympic Games.
Down for the victory ceremony.
medal ceremony at the ISU Short Track World Tour Milan Women 500 meter. Medals will be presented by the assistant referee, Yang Yang. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, representing the Dutch Lions, Chandra Belzeboer. Chandra Belzeboer. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing the Italian Gladiators,
Arianna Fontana.
first place, winner of the gold medal, representing the USA Eagles, Kristen Santos Griswold. Kristen Santos Griswold. Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists. With her win, Kristen Santos Griswold has secured the crown for the season in the 500 meter of the World Tour.
So she had the Crystal Globe already secured coming in, but yeah, always good to end on a win.
Well, as I was saying, Gavin, you still want to be able to reflect back on this weekend in Milan. Of course, the World Tour title is an incredible feat in itself, but you want to look back on Milan and saying, yeah, I won the 1,000, I won the 500. I love skating in there and being excited to return.
And we're not done yet, of course. As we take a look back at this race, we have the men's relay final, which always caps off the weekend's competition.
Well, for the men's relay B final, it's a bit of a change from what you're used to seeing.
Oh, right. I remember this yesterday.
However, it's really going to build for the A final. And you'll see why in a moment here.
It's just to say that it's going to look a little light out there. Usually we're seeing the crammed ice in the men's relay, but celebrations will continue, and of course she'll hope that celebration can roll on next month, where she'll go to the World Championship. Santos Griswold, the final standings there, 170 points over Sandra Belzeboer, who jumped up into second ahead of Corin Stoddard. But of course, I'm saying of course a lot, I'm realizing. Anyway, sorry about that. Santos Griswold, 3 medals at the World Championships last year. Out to defend some of those this year, including won the World Championship gold medal. Here's why it's looking a little sparse out there. 2 teams in the men's 5,000 meter relay.
Ready.
Well, if you're wondering how we ended up with 2 teams here, we had a disqualification that led to an advancement in the semifinals. So we have 5 teams that will be showing up in our A final event. The disqualified team, penalized team does not continue in the event. So that leaves us with 2 teams in the B final.
And just look at the nice gentle shoves
Well, this is going to be a really relaxed pace, but these teams are going to be quite well matched. The Belgian Ice Bears coming off a terrific weekend last week in Tilburg with a silver medal. That was a monumental performance for the Ice Bears, but the Hussar will put up an incredible challenge for the Ice Bears today as we work towards the finishing laps. It might just take a little bit longer to get there.
But you don't get these opportunities to have a relay in international race settings, so I'm sure there'll be lessons to take from this one as well. It's just a bit of a calmer start.
Well, just a very different dynamic with only two teams. This head-to-head battle makes it quite interesting because if you're in second, you have no pressure behind you. You have freedom of the track to move where you want, to set up your passes. You have way more room on the ice, way more time. And of course, the unpredictable can always happen in the blink of an eye.
The Belgian side does a lot of training in Montreal before this in the run-up to the European swing. They did training in Hungary, where, of course, the Falcons train. Sean McAnuff of the Irish Wolfhounds, one of the Croatian Dalmatians, does as well. So it's sort of, there are a couple of these training hubs around the world where there are teams that are based and then others join them in and out.
Yeah, and that's something that a lot of countries may not have the facilities required for high performance training of short track. Obviously, you need an Olympic-sized ice sheet, you need a boardless mat system for safety, and those just aren't always available everywhere around the world. So then you start to see congregations of teams in specific areas, and you also want to be training with partners that can push you and elevate you and challenge you in training, because short track is just integral that you're racing and skating amongst others around your ability so you can learn and develop and improve.
The Polish side, they welcome the likes of Robert Krusbergs into their rank, is often training with Michał Nowinski, who's on the ice right now for the Hussars. They are close friends. Felix Pigeon on the ice. He's one of the skaters who was in that Canadian setup but got the invite to jump over to Poland and has decided to stick there.
Well, this Polish team also acquired a bronze medal last year at the World Championships in Rotterdam, so a decorated team themselves.
Łukasz Kuczynski will bring in DNA Cellier or Petre on the ice for the Ice Bears. Under 27 laps to go.
And while we saw a really slow pace to the start of this race, they're actually clocking, decent lap times, a few times getting down to the 9.3, 9.2 marker, keeping it under 10, very respectable, so not letting it go too easily.
Both these sides with very good finishers, Stan Desmet and Nowinski on the ice. You think it's a little sparse right now with the two teams. Don't worry, there will be 5 in the A final, so it will be exactly the opposite. What's great about these relays is that it always brings out a lot of the skaters come out and line the boards, cheering on their teammates on the ice. Just speaking to the unpredictability of this sport. Poland winning bronze in the World Championships last year, didn't get a medal this year on the entire World Tour, but you know that on any given day they could.
Well, we're 19 laps to go now, so it's just a matter of waiting for the moment to see someone strike here. Now we see the lead change as the Ice Bears take advantage of that exchange.
And so Prost on the front. Spot him. He's the only Ice Bear out there right now with the white helmet.
This will be interesting. There's an opportunity if you're the second team here, just to try to get in a surprise jump on the other team. Maybe you can put a little gap on them, create some chaos quickly.
This is the chance to work on something new tactically, perhaps. field tested, beta tested, so to speak. Laps are getting quicker by the lap though, so the chance to test those things rapidly running out.
Well, we've talked about it a few times. The Belgian Ice Bears sometimes adjust their exchange order or the sequencing of how many laps they do as they get towards the final exchanges. And if they have the lead and offset their exchange ahead of the Hussar, that could really mix up their exchanges. Here we have some action unfolding.
Kuczynski makes the move for the lead. Inside 10 to go. Cellier and Petre.
Well, we're going to have some fresh legs for this finish. Only 2 teams on the ice. The ice quality should be quite good still as well. DNA Cellier creating a gap here for the Hussar.
This one corner coming off the finish line has been a problem all weekend for the skaters. It has been not an issue as much today. So it looks like it's just a drag race for 2 teams to the finish line. Prost back to the lead.
Pigeon looking to set up wide. Is he going to try to get the lead back on the exchange here? There's a jump up the inside. It's held.
Kuczynski takes it off the exchange.
Now see the Ice Bears just there, switch their exchange. Now they're exchanging on opposing corners.
Almost had an opening there. Cellier kept them at bay. Now the final exchange coming. It's Nowinski, it's Desmet. It's a 2-up sprint.
Really building it up wide to Smith, but Nowinski's pushing him out wide as well. 1 to go, look over the shoulder.
Nowinski holding him off. Desmet, we know, never ever gives up. He's gonna make one last stab. Here comes Desmet at the line.
Oh.
Can't quite get it. Nowinski got it.
Well, just an incredible lead of Stan Smith coming off that last turn, looking to go inside. Great effort.
Nowinski immediately put his hands up. I didn't do anything. But Desmet, odds were always long, but he never gives up the chance. And of course, they'll take a look at it. They might spot something.
Well, now things time to get really different with this next final A of the 5,000 meter relay.
Will be the same event, but completely different.
20 skaters on the ice as opposed to 8.
Get a little bit bonkers, I'd imagine. And here is the late push, I believe. No, that's not the finish line just yet.
This is that setup from Stan Smith, looking to get those 2 crossovers in, really build his speed. He leans it over so heavily right here, hooking on the exit of the turn.
And watch Nowinski. Nope.
It almost looks like when you look to your parent, like, I didn't do it,
yeah.
you know?
And I mean, he's a guy who's had some penalties this year. He always handles it with grace. There's a smile on his face, a shrug of the shoulders, but on the ice he is fierce, Michal Nowinski. And indeed, that will be, as it finishes, the late push by Desmet just coming up short. And with the tumble at the line, there will be the one last patch. One more event in this season. The melancholy setting in. The real world awaits.
That feeling's going to go away in just a few moments when this race kicks off.
And I doubt they're having the emotional moments. They're the ones who are about to skate a big race. Look at those relay standings. Very much on the line. Canadians within shouting distance. And of course, the Netherlands, the Dutch Lions, not here in the final, but we will go down for the final introductions on an A final of the season.
Milan for final race of the weekend, the man 5,000 meter relay A final. Starting from lane number 1, the Japanese ninjas. Yoshinaga Kazuki, Ayashikoze Miyata-Shogo, and Watanabe Keita. Starting from lane number 2, the Canadian Ice Maple. Steven Dubois, William Nanginou, Felix Roussel, and Maxime Starting from lane number 3, the Italian Gladiator. Starting from lane number 4, the Kazakh Nomads. Denis Nikisha, Adil Galiaknikov, Lev Ivchenko, and Marcel Jaksibayev. And from lane number 5, the Chinese Longs. Liu Shaoan, Song Long, Liu Shaolin, and Liu Guanyi.
This may be the final race of the season, but you saw the standings in the men's relay, the overall discipline standings, and it is head-to-head between the Canadians and the Chinese side. The Canadian Ice Maples took the first two. The Lungs took the Asian swing. The Dutch Lions, winners of last week, did not make the A final as they were penalized in the semis. And so who will take number 6 and who will head into the World Championships with the wind in their sails?
Silenzio per cortesia, grazie.
Go to the start. Ready.
Denis Nikisha towing in off that start.
He stumbled.
No callback though, that was his own fault, but it's early in this race, so this gap can be closed. You don't see the other teams reacting to it at all.
The openings always take a little bit to wind up, so an early incident like that is not disastrous. And Adil Galiakmitov in right now. He's quickly closed up behind Liu Shaoan. Look at the second place skaters who will be the anchor leg. Jordan Pierre-Gilles. So no Steven Dubois again for the Canadians. There's Max Laun, there's Felix Roussel, Jordan Pierre-Gilles, and William Dongenou.
There was a tight exchange there. Max Laun was a little bit late getting out. That forced everybody a little bit tighter on that exchange. And as you called it, Gavin, we're aware now that the Canadian Ice Maples have won the team Crystal Globe standings, but they are going to want to challenge the Chinese Lungs for the 5,000 meter relay title.
Miyata, Natalini, Sun, and Nikisha.
Well, with 5 teams on the ice in the relay, you want to be, we just saw a nice, was that Galiakmitov sneaking up into third. You want to better your position in the exchange sequence. If you're back in position 5, it's very difficult to get a clean exchange. It's very easy to get caught up with other skaters exchanging in front of you that can lead to you falling. So you want to move to the front, and that will likely result in teams trying to make more moves as the pace picks up to position themselves near the lead. Right now we have the Ice Maples controlling the front of the race.
Galiakmitov made a move for 2 places in one corner. Just snuck on through. Still a ways to go inside 32. Nobody throwing caution to the wind just yet. On the exchange, Liu gets up into third for the Lungs. And Natalini, Siegel, going side by side with Galiakmitov.
Well, Siegel just really jumping in there. He actually hitting the brakes to make sure he didn't run up on the Chinese Lung team in front of him.
Yeah, Gilles, powerhouse on that Canadian side. Laun and Yoshinaga at the front right now. Li Wenlong going to Sun Long.
Well, watching the Gladiators team in fourth, I keep seeing them looking for opportunities, building up speed. Natalini looking again, but then not having the opportunity. They're looking for any moment where they can strike.
Miyata makes the move for the lead. And on the exchange, they hang on there. Hayashi Kosei on the front. Look at the height advantage.
Well, what a contrast in size. Hayashi and Danjanu there.
Pierre-Gilles makes the move for the lead on the inside. And the Ninjas go down. That looked well after the Canadian had passed, but I don't know if there was a chain reaction that had started there, but they have slipped off there, and it is Hayashi back in, and he's gonna do an exchange. Yoshinaga, but it's down to 4. Nomads just hanging on. They do not have any relay hardware this season.
Well, here comes Natalini, challenging up the inside, taking position number 2, but a good exchange by the Chinese lungs to take it right back. You got to make sure you're reacting quick. If you're passing into the exchange corner, your teammate has to be ready to respond to that and get out early. If it's a late exchange, that opens the door for the other team to try to take you right back with a good exchange into the corner.
And Luc Guanyi taking a look at Jordan Pierre-Gilles, but that is a tall ask. There's no fear from that skater, but Pierre-Gilles does hold him off, and in will come Maxime Lahoun. Lebivchenko on the ice for the Nomads. Lucas Speckenhauser, who's had a very long day in front of him. He tumbles out of the corner. He made contact with Natalini just in time, but did not get a quality exchange there.
Well, the Ninjas aren't a lap behind. They haven't been lapped yet. They got to keep pushing because, as we saw yesterday, anything can happen towards the end of these races when the ice is really deteriorating.
It's really getting wound down now. The ice I'm talking about, the action is getting wound up with Pierre-Gilles on the front.
Oh, a bit of a slip from Pierre-Gilles. He's able to stay on his feet.
And Lou taking a look, not gonna do it. Lorenzo Previtali gives way to Lucas Speckenhauser, but it is all 5 together, but it is the Japanese a lap down, of course, as Maxime Lahoun now a chance to open a gap.
Well, trying to create some separation here. Let the other 3 teams battle it out for second. The Ice Maples are flying out front. Felix Roussel throwing the 2 crossovers in.
Roussel.
Oh, Natalini on the outside contacting with Sun Long.
And that opens the door a bit for the Nomads in third, and it's Galiakmatov there. The lungs go down. That one I think was on the road.
Down, the tag up.
Some reviews.
My goodness here.
Keep an eye on Jordan Pierre-Gilles.
But the
Lorenzo
Italians,
Previtali right now.
The Gladiators want this.
Closing that gap. There's one of the lane markers in the way. Lahoun and Speckenhauser.
Well, a terrific job from the Gladiators closing down that gap. They have them in their sights right now, but we're winding down to the final moments of this race.
And there is the exchange before the exchange. It is Natalini chasing Felix Roussel. Danjanu and Pietro Segal will come in. Danjanu gets the exchange, so does Segal. Segal never ever gives up the fight. He is closing. Danjanu with the lead. Usually this is enough for him, but Segal is going to give everything he has up the inside. He hangs on. The Gladiators take it. It will get a review, I would imagine, but could it be? Italian Gladiators finishing that one. One of the reviews has been cleared. That pass will get a review. I'm going to sit down.
Well, Pietro Segal was just flying towards the end of that race. William Danjanu getting defensive, looking behind him, looking over his shoulder, getting a little bit more fancy the track pattern, not focusing on building the speed too much. And Pietro Segal just closed with so much velocity. He sent it up the inside, but we're going to have to take a look at the replay on that pass attempt. What a finish to this World Tour stop in Milan.
So I believe what is being reviewed has been cleared And there is confirmation. Italian Gladiators gold on home ice in Milan.
Well, what a finish for the Italian Gladiators there. Pietro Siegel, just a tremendous skate. Here's another look at the finish. He's looking out wide over his shoulder. Danjanu's thinking, oh, he's going inside. Pietro Siegel jumps in.
And at the finish, a true to form result for Siegel, skater who just never, ever gives up. Good camaraderie on the ice. Congratulations being shared by the teams. Danjanu is dissecting it a bit with his coaches and Steven Dubois on the ice.
Well, I think in that last lap, Danjanu was just going a little too defensive, not focusing on the speed. And then when Pietro Siegel caught him, he was just carrying so much speed that it made that pass opportunity there.
Confirmed results. Gladiators gold to finish off the season. Interesting, the Canadians took the 2 stops in Canada. The Chinese lungs took to the Asian stops, and 2 European sides finish it off with the European victories.
Just everyone elevating it at home.
And of course, kudos to the Kazakh Nomads getting their first bronze medal, their first medal on World Tour in the relay, and that is actually their only medal on World Tour this season. They finish off on a high heading into the World Championships next month.
And the Canadians finished second here, the Chinese lungs fourth, so I think that points difference will be enough to move the Canadians into first in the overall standings of the men's 5,000 meter relay.
So all the teammates for the Italians were on the boards there. They're now celebrating the Canadian women. And Philippe Daudelin, their alternate, on the boards there. The mats. And why not? We will get this victory ceremony underway.
Medal ceremony at the ISU Short Track World Tour in Milan and 5,000 meter relay. The medals will be presented by the chief referee, Mr. Harald Jensen, and the assistant referee, Mr. Livio Mella. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, the Kazakh Nomads, Team Kazakhstan. Adil Galyakhmetov, Lev Ivchenko, Denis Nikisha, and Mersay Zaksibayev. The Kazakh Nomads, Team Kazakhstan. In second place and winner of the silver medal, the Canadian Ice Maples, Team Canada. William Danjanu, Steven Dubois, Maxime Laoun, Jordan Virgil, and Félix Roussel. Canadian Ice Maples. There it is, the Canadian Ice Maples, Team Canada. And in first first place. And winner of the gold medal, the Italian Gladiators, Team Italy.
Pietro Siegel, Luca Speckenhauser, Mattia Antonioli e Thomas Nadalini.
The Italian Gladiators, Team Italy. Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists. And with this silver medal, the Canadian Ice Maple has clinched the World Tour Relay Season Championship with 400 points, 10 points ahead of the Chinese Loans.
And there you go, as you mentioned, it went down to the wire in the event standings in the men's 5,000 meter relay. The Canadians will take it by 10 points over the Chinese Lungs. And of course, there will be a few of those event victories for them. The Crystal Globe for team, the Crystal Globe for men, and that's a lot of hardware that's going to be going home with them for these last 2 weekends. Never mind two very heavy Crystal Globe trophies.
You're gonna have to get that on your carry-on, I think.
I hope it comes with a case too.
Well, make sure you don't go anywhere though, because we're gonna be seeing them award those just shortly here.
Again, to look back at the highlights of the race, the Canadians in front for so long. The Chinese Lungs going down. And Pietro Siegel with the late push towards it. Donjanu closed the door the first time, but couldn't quite do it the second time. And they are taking a victory lap with the Italian flag to thank the home ice. Coming up, as he mentioned, there are the standings. 400 points for the Canadians, 3 wins. And the Chinese Lungs 10 points short. The Italian Gladiators finishing in 3rd, jumping ahead of the Dutch. And so they're just setting things up, setting up the backdrops, rolling out the carpet, and there will be the Crystal Globe ceremonies. First up will be the team, and then the men's and women's trophies, the individual. Well, allows us the chance to reflect. So much action, it's hard to remember everything that's happened this season, but this started back in October in Montreal for you and I.
Yeah, long season, but I think it's just been a terrific season. I've loved the new shape of the World Tour format. I love the changes that they've made in terms of race structure, what events are happening each week, and helping to ensure that we see the best on best skaters every single time we're watching the ice. Just been fantastic. And to top that off, the Crystal Globe title is just now being recognized as one of the most elite trophies you can win in speed skating, and it's really a testament, as we've talked about, Gavin, to who is the best skater over the course of the entire season. Sometimes in short track, we know things don't go your way just on any given day, but this rewards consistency and performance over the course of a year to really identify the top skaters.
Getting set up, the victory lap is complete. Pleasantries about to begin, and with the format too, we had a couple weeks straight of racing, little bit off, come back for 2 more weeks, a little bit off, and 2 more. It allows us to, well, for those of us who have been involved, build the anticipation.
It's a great tour. You get 2 stops in North America, 2 stops in Europe, 2 stops in Asia. It is truly a world tour indeed.
A lot of the fans are sticking around as they get ready for the trophy presentation. Team photo for the Italian gladiators down there. A lot of attention will be paid to that group over the next 11, 12 months. Of course, it's talking like it's the end of the season, and I'm sorry if it sounds like that, but it is the end of this, and there is the World Championships. That's where you and I got started in person last year. And, you know, that is an event unto itself. And so it is that finality of this one, but we have to get ramped up. It's just a few weeks away.
Yeah, it's just around the corner.
By then, we'll have caught our breath. The heart rates will have come back down.
Well, we might have a few quick moments more set up here.
Of course, Tyler and I have been on for 4 of the stops. I'd also like to thank Ricky Swanell, who stepped in Seoul and did a fantastic job. And then, of course, Catherine Reuter-Adamek, it's the end of the season. Catherine Reuter-Adamek, who was the analyst for the 2 stops in Asia. They did incredible work covering those 2 stops, and special thanks to them for keeping that excitement going over a couple of weeks. With the operation here. Of course, the big thanks as well to the crew behind the scenes. The ISU for making this all in person this season, really allowing us to feel the occasion, feel the event of this. There's nothing quite like that.
Yeah, we have to thank the ISU team for making all this possible, even just for us. They've really stepped up to, you know, make this, you know, more consumer-friendly experience in that, and that's allowing us to be here and present for you all, and hopefully you're enjoying it at home.
Hopefully we've been able to pass along what it is like inside these arenas on these event days, because it is really no feeling like it. And if you are nearby any one of the stops in the future, keep an eye out on the schedule, and I cannot recommend enough attending in person. The rises, the falls, the tension, the drama, all of that. Three podium stands for 3 Crystal Globe trophies. And the photographers are being ushered out into position, so that means we are getting the big moments coming up. ISU President Jay Joachim will be out to present those Crystal Globe trophies. And here they come. As always, heart in the throat as we see people carrying those trophies.
I was holding my breath. I saw that guy fall earlier on the ice, so thankfully he didn't.
Let's not say anything.
He's got the carpet now, though. We have someone else walking on the ice. That always makes me nervous.
Don't want to draw attention to it if something does happen, but we'll be okay. Canadian Ice Maples coaches are up on the starters stand right now. They're the ones in the middle in the red and the black. They will get to applaud their athletes who skated so consistently all season. It started with the 2 weeks in Montreal where the Canadians all over the podium. The second week, when we're talking about the importance of those relay points to the overall Crystal Globe standings, multiplied by 3, doesn't hurt when you sweep the podium in the relay events, and that just sort of set the tone.
Well, of course, Gavin, the skaters have to go out. They have to earn the points to win the trophy, but when you call it the team award, to me, that includes the whole team, right? That's the coaches, the therapists, the directors. You know, there's so much that's involved in building a program for all these countries. There's a lot going on behind the scenes to support these athletes. So to me, this really represents all of those included, not just the athletes themselves.
And it will be a team effort to carry that trophy home, too.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding when I say it's heavy.
Did you pick it up?
No, but I saw
All right.
someone carry it the first weekend, and they were struggling with it. It was in a case then, but yeah, I believe them.
Well, it's just a beautiful trophy. I think it's such a great addition. And what an honor for those that win this trophy and get to bring it home with them. Only a few have done it. Of course, it's quite new. This is only the 3rd season awarding the Crystal Globe trophies. First time for the Team Trophy Award.
And that allows us, in just a moment's time, we will throw it down to the ice for the team presentation on the Crystal Globe trophy first.
We're just a moment away from the Crystal Globes ceremony. Stay with us. We'll be awarding the final prizes of the 2024-25 World Tour season.
Looks like they're all lined up there, so we are mere moments away. A lot of the skaters are out. I see the Dutch Lions are out. The Italian Gladiators are there. But this moment will be for the Canadians.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the award ceremony for the ISU Short Track World Tour Crystal Globe to crown the champions of the season. Trophies will be presented by the ISU President and IOC member, Mr. Jae Yoon Kim. For the first time ever, with a total of 21 gold, 11 silver, and 5 bronze medals accumulated by every team member in individual and relay races during the ISU World Tour season. The winner of the Crystal Globe and ISU Short Track World Tour Team Champions for the 2024-25 season, Team Canadian Ice Maples, les Érables de glace canadiens. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for the 2024-25 World Tour champions, Steven Dubois, William Danginou, Félix Roussel, Jordan Virgile, Courtney Sabot, Dana Eblé, Claudia Gagnon, Florence Brunel, Maxime Laoud, Kim Boutin, Philippe Daudelin, Anne-Sophie Bachand, Ricky Doe, and Miao Ki, the Canadian Ice Maples. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2024-25 World Tour champions, the Team Canadian Ice Maples.
Season to remember for this Canadian side. Such depth in this program. They got results from so many individual skaters, and of course that relay prowess that chalked them up the big points, but it really is a team effort.
Well, if you didn't hear, they combined for 21 gold, 11 silver, and 5 bronze medals over the course of this World Tour.
There is the final standings, and really is a big total, 1,800 plus points. The Canadian victory ahead of the Dutch Lions and Italian Gladiators. So that's trophy presentation number 1. Now down for the individual winners.
World Tour Crystal Globe to crown the champions of the season. And now, with a total of 4 gold, 4 silver, and 1 bronze medals during the ISU World Tour season, the winner of the Crystal Globe and Women's ISU Short Track World Tour champion for the 2024-25 season is Kristen Santos Griswold, representing the Team USA Eagles. with a total of 8 gold and 2 silver medals during the ISU World Tour season. The winner of the Crystal Globe and Men's ISU Short Track World Tour Champion for the 2024-25 season is William Danjinu, representing the team Canadian Ice Purples. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the 2024-25 World Tour champions. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2024-25 World Tour champions. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for the Crystal Globe winners' helmets. The ISU president and IOC member, Mr. Ye-Yul Kim, will now present the Crystal Globe winners' helmets. These one-off customized items are worn by the winners for the entire next season, marking them out as the reigning #1. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise one more time for the 24-25 World Tour champions, Kristen Santos-Griswold and William Danjinu.
Just to look at those standings once again. 2 Crystal Globe winners, 2 won in very different ways. Danjinu going out hard, dominating early. Santos Griswold, early troubles, surging late. I've left Tyler speechless, folks. We knew it was going to happen at some point, but he didn't even roll his eyes, so go figure. Look at those results for Danjinu. Jens van 't Wout made it quite the race, though, down the finish.
Oh yeah, great charge from Jens van 't Wout. It was a race right to the finish on the women's side. Kristen Santos Griswold answering the call this weekend, and the last 2 weeks in Tilburg, the last week in Tilburg as well. So just phenomenal finishing stretch for her, and then both of them capping it off with victories in the final individual events today in Milan. What a wrap, what a way to finish it off for both those skaters. Congratulations to everybody, the Canadian Ice Maples team as a whole, just a tremendous season for that team. And of course, the likes of William Danjanu winning 8 individual golds, Kristen Santos collecting 4. Just incredible.
Final sights and sounds from here in Milan. They're getting some final pictures, and it's a lot of Canadian Maple Leafs and the one USA Eagle, as Kristen Santos Griswold is surrounded by the Canadian Crystal Globe winners. That's our cue to exit, I think, coming up right now. Once again, thanking everybody behind the scenes for putting this together, the ISU for taking the step forward and adding us on location this time this season. On behalf of Tyler Dara, other commentators, Ricky Swanell, Catherine Reuter-Adamick, my name is Gavin Day. Thanks to you at home for watching us. One more event still to come, the World Championships, hopefully seeing you in just a few weeks from Beijing. Until then, goodbye.